Good morning and happy Earth Day for all of you. Trammell, good morning. Good morning. Companies who can work together with us. We are from Finland, so quite a long way. And this year I feel very honored to be here with Trammell, my friend, because this is really meaningful morning. We can give a part of Finnish forest to Trammell and dedicate it to him, grow forest in Rovaniemi, quite close to Santa Claus. and my colleague, 3 times Olympic athlete, our senior partner, Joona Puhakka.
Are you both in Helsinki?
Actually, he is from Sydney, Australia. I'm from Helsinki in Finland.
Okay.
But born in Finland.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Joona.
Well, hey, yeah, for today we are extremely pleased to present you with an award. And this award is a representation of the Crow Forest that we have now dedicated for you in Finland. And this is an old farmland that is not in active use any longer. And what happens is that when farmers don't have capability of continuing farming their land for multiple reasons, this farm will not grow back into a forest naturally. So what we do is because of the farm is not being farmed, it has a forest around it. But even though it sounds silly, but if we let it stay there, this is just staying in hay and staying as a farm, even with no active farming in it. So what that means is that we have to correctly, and once it starts growing, nothing can stop it, because in Finland we have plenty of rain. And so when we do this kind of a project, it's called a carbon sink, and it's removing CO2 from the atmosphere, storing it into the trees, and pushing it into the ground through its soil, through its roots. And this is a very, very important element in our fight against global warming. And it's when we think about this reforestation, there's multiple different ways of doing it, but at our Carburil, we've been aiming for the highest possible quality, and we have succeeded in many ways. So this project, what we have now named after you and dedicated for the work that you've been doing for the environment and bringing people together, it's dedicated that for next 70 years no one can cut it. It's impossible. It's there. And we know that we are growing it in a biodiversity way. So we have multiple different tree species in it, and it becomes a super beautiful Finnish forest eventually. So thanks to you, we're capable of taking a land that would be unused, not worthy of anything in a sense in today's world, and we turn it into a beautiful Scandinavian forest. So as an award to recognize this, I want to give you this award for you so that you remember this and know this. And we invite you to come and visit and see how it's growing.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Trammell.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Applause for all of us. Rovaniemi.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Now,
you.
can I say a few words?
Would be lovely.
Yes.
Yeah.
There aren't enough chairs out there today. It doesn't matter if you're in Texas or Nebraska. When you're talking about environment, you're not going to get a lot of people listening. But keep on. I'm not sure why you're here today. Did Michael Sorrell let you out of school today? The whole college gets out of school on Earth Day.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a good one.
He is my hero, Michael Sorrell. You go on their campus and somebody a guy wearing a coat and tie, student, will come say, "May I help you?" and take you to where you want to go. That doesn't happen at SMU. All right. We over me is the team first. I've got to say, my daughter lives in London, and her Swedish husband, they have a house on a little lake in Finland, and they have to get there by boat. Okay, you know? We have one natural lake in Texas. some of you all, and you grown-ups, really care about the environment. Remember, you're a minority. You guys are a double minority. You got to environment until when people see you coming, they know what you're going to talk about. Don't be obnoxious, just keep on doing it. I've always said, drop by drop is the only way we're going to save this world. So I hope you guys can stick around and come to the conferences. And I will be in Finland very soon for my forest.
We look forward to that. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. Good.
Can we go now?
Yes.
Yep. So in Finland, we have over Northern Europe. It's a small country with 5.5 million people, so it's not expected to know where it's at. However, we're really passionate about environment. We're pushing really hard towards creating, and when I mentioned that we have the highest quality of this reforestation, so once you start studying into this subject, I'm sure you'll find us in Finland eventually very quickly when you start looking into where are good things happening and where there's some more improvement that can be done. So
It's
just
a
so
little
you know.
uncomfortable. It's so close to Russia.
Yeah,
It's a little bit, yeah.
That's how it is. We can't change that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No.
All right, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yes, thank you.
Well,
Welcome back to Earthx 2026. My name is Paul Salpin, and today we have a really, really special conversation for you. A fireside chat without a fireplace. Maybe they'll add one in later. And we are so honored to be here with Ashleigh K. Myers from Pillsbury. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
Wonderful. Well, we're so excited to talk to you about this because the intersection of environmental and AI, legal, there's a lot going on here. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing here and what we need to know.
Yeah, so I am a partner at the international law firm of Pillsbury, Winthrop, Pittman. We go by Pillsbury, but it's confusing for people who aren't familiar with big law firms in the United States. I am in our Austin office, but I have a practice, an international practice in environmental law with a particular focus on water issues. So everything from water quality, water rights, water supply planning. And increasingly, I'm seeing that come up in the context of AI and data centers and data center development. And so that is a big focus of my work these days because, as I'm sure we'll get into momentarily, the regulatory infrastructure that supports development of data centers hasn't really, kept up with where we are in implementing infrastructure. So there's lots of interesting legal innovation and evolution happening simultaneous with the proliferation of AI data centers.
And it's changing every single day.
Daily.
And of course, we've got some brilliant, beautiful minds here at Earthx and so many great people to connect with. Who are you hoping to connect with here?
Oh gosh, I've connected with so many people of just, small world connections of someone who knows someone. And it's been just really fascinating to get to know people from across the world, different walks of life, people who are students like in the audience today, but then also, people who've been thinking about the Earth since the first Earth Day back in the 70s.
Yeah. Well, you absolutely have a gift in what you do, and I could tell the moment that I met you. And when did you first realize that you had the passion for what you do?
Oh, the passion for what I do. It's a daily discovery. I mean, I am a lifelong learner, and I always thought I'd be a chronic student in my lifetime. But I fell into a career path that allows me to learn every single day. And so it just reignites the passion that I have every single day. I make a joke when I talk to people that I get to work with every kind of ologist. So, I'm a lawyer and I have a legal education, but I also have a degree in environmental science, and getting to chat with everything from chemists, hydrologists, hydrogeologists, geochemists, this is my daily life. And I've spent hours on phone calls with consultants and clients and going to their facilities and just getting to learn their processes and the things that matter to them, and it just helps me do my job better every single day. So it's a constant renewal of that passion.
Yeah. Well, we've got some students here today, and I know that they look up to you and they think, see, that's what I want to do. And of course you make it look easy, that's your job, but what kind of advice would you give the students or the people watching at home that want to follow down the path, because we need more people like you?
Yeah, I would say be open to new experiences, keep your mind open to different career paths that this can take you down. If you're considering law in particular, there's so much that you can learn and do. It's not just like what nature, getting to work on matters that are just massively important.
So can AI, yes. Okay. Sure, no problem. Okay. So what do you have to share with us today?
Yeah, so today I want to talk about how we're seeing technological advances in AI and data center growth, how that's evolving with the legal frameworks that underpin the growth of data centers. And I want to focus particularly on water. It is, our most precious resource that we have, and we live in a world where it's increasingly commoditized. And so figuring out a way to allow the backbone of the future of our technological advancements, which is AI, be supported by our ecosystems rather than it being a drain on our most finite resources, and how we're seeing that play out in the legal sphere today, at least in the United States.
Yeah. So can AI actually enforce environmental law or just analyze it?
Did you say enforce environmental law? I wouldn't say enforce environmental law, but I think it forces an issue of how do we deal with competing frameworks, regulatory and policy frameworks, to make the growth of data centers productive and not a drain on resources. So it is forcing those conversations, and really opening an opportunity for some innovation in how we think about water resources, water regulation, and making sure that resources are where they're most needed.
So what is the biggest risk of AI in environmental decision making?
Oh, the biggest risk. That's a hard one. For me, I come at this from a water background. I cut my teeth as a lawyer practicing just in the water space, which has expanded over time to include, like hazardous waste management, site remediation, contamination cleanup kind of factors for my clients. But from just a pure resource use perspective, there's a lot of conversation these days about energy use and how we're going to have enough, and that's water. So I do have a couple slides I want to show you. So, a lot of the data centers, they're being sited across the country, and one thing that stands out is where they're being concentrated. A lot of new data centers in places like Texas, Arizona, Nevada, where you see higher concentration of development, those are also areas where water stress is very front of mind, very realistic, something that the locals are very much dealing with on a daily basis. And so what I'm dealing with in my job is, okay, if we're going to site these projects in places like Texas who have favorable land use, zoning laws, tax incentives, our independent regulatory grid, how do we do that in a way that doesn't put further stress and impact our limited water resources?
Right, absolutely. And do you think AI will make corporations more accountable, or do you think it's there to be more loopholes?
It's something that we're dealing with right now. It's an interesting conversation, so I'm going to skip ahead quite a bit. It's what I want to talk about is over here towards the end. What we're seeing now is there are two things I want to talk about. So first is data center developers are increasingly looking at creative siting options. So not just like co-locating with existing energy infrastructure, but also things like redeveloping brownfield sites. So we're talking sites with historic contamination, heavy industrial use. You can't, build an apartment complex on these properties because of the contamination that exists. So we're seeing more and more data centers being built on sites like this. I have one project I'm working on, for example, where a data center is being sited adjacent to an actual Superfund site, and there is ongoing manufacturing at the site still, but there's also ongoing site remediation from historic contamination from literally decades of pollution. But the data center is using the water from the process, so processed wastewater, so what we would consider trash water that has to be treated before it can be put down the sewer, plus groundwater that's being remediated as part of the Superfund site. So those are the water sources that are being used for the cooling towers for the data center, rather than further drawing down the aquifer over which this property sits. In that region, it's a very heavily agricultural region. So of course the locals are concerned that their livelihoods will be impacted if you have a massive data center coming in and consuming more water than the aquifer can support. This is the workaround, right? We're using trash water, essentially, to power the data center. So in that way, you see these sustainability goals start to work their way into these bigger pictures about developing in the first instance. Now we're also seeing a lot of the major data center developers make what are called water positive commitments. Think of it like net zero or like biodiversity commitments, where companies are committing to offset all of the water that they consume by either developing new sources or taking other measures to just offset that impact. And these commitments, most of them are set for a target of 2030. So, just a few years from now.
Yes.
And what my clients are doing is, they're investing in this portfolio of water projects in order to effectuate their water positive commitments. That can be anything from watershed restoration to buying and protecting water rights so that they stay in stream and they're not being used for consumptive uses. They're developing wetlands. They're helping communities implement water efficiency infrastructure at the local level, so even just beyond the facilities themselves. Now, what I have to caution my clients as a lawyer, my job is to be anxious for them and to think of all the possible things that could go wrong. And so, of course, what we're concerned about is greenwashing. So I'm sure you've heard in the news, in various contexts, companies who are greenwashing their sustainability commitments and their goals. We're seeing that in the water space too. So developers who are making these commitments, the things that they need to be focused on and concerned about is how are being generated from each of these water stewardship projects that they're implementing in order to reach their water positive goals by 2030. And then how is that communicated? Is it consistent? Is it reliable? Is it objective data? These are the kinds of things that I'm helping clients think through so that they can avoid potential liabilities associated with something that they're doing that is just, they're trying to be leaders in sustainability, and we don't want it to backfire.
Well, I know you've got a few more points that we need to get through here as well, because, gosh, there's so much to learn from you today.
Yeah, there's one other point that I wanted to make that I think it's important when we're talking about water, especially in the United States. So, where a project is sited is going to have massive impacts on how you're going to get water. So in the United States, we have different regulatory regimes depending on where you are, and it's regional. So in the eastern United States, we are talking a system of what's called riparian rights. So your access to water depends on land ownership, and your use is based on a reasonableness standard. It's completely different in the western part of the United States, and this is, including Texas, where you have a system of prior appropriation. So first in time, first in right. If you were using this water first, you get to claim it first. But that also means when you're in times of drought, which in the western United States is a very, very much a reality, those rights can be curtailed. So then you have questions of reliability, supply constraints, and like who has priority during times of drought, which, as climate change progresses, we're gonna experience at more extreme levels. So you can have the same data center project that's being replicated across the country, but access to water will very much depend on which regulatory system you're seated in. And I don't think that developers really appreciate how complicated that can be, because it's not just something that you can scale and roll out across the country when you have this patchwork of regulation that hasn't quite evolved to match up with where they are in their development goals.
Well,
Excited to say I'm seeing companies do more of this as we're having our conversations, but water's no longer an afterthought. It is part of their initial planning, their CapEx, their OpEx planning from the beginning before they even get the data center up off the ground. It's no longer just about finding a piece of land, finding the best tax incentives. It's also, resource constrained, and they realize that water is going to be an increasing constraint on the ability to develop. So what I'm excited to see, and what I hope I see more of, is this creativity that we're experiencing and using alternative sources of water, not withdrawing freshwater sources. So being creative in how we use the resources that we already have without making a negative impact.
Yeah. Well, you have an incredible passion for this, and I just got to know, an incredible success mindset. What do you keep in mind that keeps you on the right path? What's your North Star in all this?
Well, I'm from a small town in Texas, from an agricultural community. I, acutely appreciate how complex the water story is, especially in places like Texas. And so, my North Star is I have companies who want to do great things and advance technologically in really interesting ways, but they want to do it responsibly. And so it is my duty, both as a fiduciary, as a lawyer to my clients, but also to the earth, to make sure that we're being creative, that we're being innovative, and that where it takes breaking down regulatory systems, that we're prepared for that fight.
Absolutely. Well said. Well, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you
and
for having me.
Tell people how they can find you.
You can find me online, Ashleigh K. Myers. That's Ashleigh with a couple of extra letters, so ASHLEIGH. Myers, M-Y-E-R-S. I'm at ashley.myers@pillsburylaw.com. I'm on LinkedIn, Instagram as well.
Wonderful. Well, it's been an honor to talk to you. Thank you for doing what you do. And stay tuned because we have more at EarthX 2026 next. Thank you. Thank you guys for staying to listen. This is great. All right, wonderful.
Do I leave this here?
Yeah, I think so. They're going to. Welcome back to EarthX 2026. My name is Paul Salpin, and today we have a very special session for you with Grant Kinseyor. We're so honored. He's the CEO and founder of Eco Breakthroughs and the head of strategic partnerships at 4Ocean. Welcome.
Thank you, Paul.
We are so happy to have you here with us today. There's so much to discuss, and happy Earth Day.
Yeah, happy Earth Day, my man.
Yes. You have an incredible passion for what you do, as many people do here. But I got to know the seed that was planted that got you started doing this. Tell us a little bit about that.
It really comes from my upbringing. My mom lived in Sarasota, Florida on Siesta Key, and my dad lived in Montana. So I grew up 7 days a week in the water in Florida and just exploring reefs and just being a wild child, you know, in nature as much as possible. And then and saw the BP oil spill firsthand. And I was involved on the restoration efforts of that and saw big business get away with some pretty incredible destruction of our environment with just a slap on the wrist. And I'm like, I need to go to business school and understand how we can use business as a force for good. And started working with Dr. Kristen Joyce at the University of Florida, and I was mentored by Michael Singer from the Untethered Soul, learning a conscious capitalism, and fusing all this together and just exploring, you know, how do we use business models to really save the planet?
Yeah, and fast forward to now, you've got two very exciting ties at two very great places. Tell us a little bit about what you're working on.
So it again comes from a little bit more of an origin story there, because I spent, like, after my master's program, turned down a lot of corporate America jobs to really go explore the world. I went to 70 plus countries and, you know, learning capitalism from nonprofit space and how they were doing fundraising, and like constantly having to, you know, throw galas and do balls and rely on grants to keep going, and in government organizations that just moved so slow and everything was over budget and over time, and just did work with the United Nations, to sheiks in Dubai, to in Switzerland, you know, with a lot of very powerful billionaires, to understanding, you know, boots on the ground work with Mayan indigenous villages in Guatemala, to African refugee camps and building impact projects, and just seeing all these different methodologies. And so I, you know, just really began, how do we put these into practice? And, you know, one of my friends, Alex Schultz, the founder of 4Ocean, had 4Ocean going strong. And so around COVID times, everything changed, and came to work with him to really, you know, force multiply the growth there and infuse a whole new business model to really bring sustainability plans to big business that provide return on investment. And we've been having some incredible results there.
That's amazing. Well, so you've been all around God's green earth here in,
Yes.
of course, 70 countries. I know it's kind of hard to pick favorites, but just tell us about a couple of spots in the earth that you've been to that you particularly love.
Well, I always say my favorite is the United States of America. We have such diversity of ecosystems, so many wonderful places.
Yes.
I also, you know, spent a lot of time.
So was there a point when you realized business had to play a larger role in the government or nonprofits alone in solving these big environmental challenges?
Well, kind of what I spoke about earlier around the BP oil spill was like really that aha moment, and I was still a teenager at that time. But then really seeing a lot of these organizations that had such great impact, incredible people there, barely being able to make, you know, enough to afford to keep going. And every day was a struggle. The horizon was, you know, questionable. You know, like, can we keep this fight going? But they had so much passion and so much love, and I was seeing, you know, these models fail in this way, where like our nonprofit industrial complex, like some of the wrong organizations were getting all the funding because of who they knew, not the people actually that were like driving maximum impact with minimal resources. So I was like, there's got to be a better way here, and, you know, just really went to work and studying this, you know, firsthand, and just trying and testing and doing.
So doing sustainability as a business model in the right way is tough, but you're doing it at 4Ocean. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so 4Ocean has an interesting story. Alex actually started on a surf trip with a simple bracelet. You know, so the fishermen were catching this plastic when he went out there and throwing it back into the water. And he's like, there's got to be a way to, you know, compensate them to be able to, you know, fund more plastic removal. So he actually had the fishermen's wives that were naturally weavers start building the bracelets out of the recycled plastic, with the goal of maybe we would pull 10,000 pounds or 100,000 pounds. And Now we've pulled 50 million pounds of plastic out of the ocean. This little bracelet caught on like wildfire. We started as a B corporation, so an actual business, not a nonprofit. And we're able to scale to doing 9 figures in revenue, to be able to build the infrastructure, to have 250 full-time captains and crews on the water every single day cleaning. And what I've done is been able to take that model of what was successful with 4Ocean and what really got that Nestle, Chomps beef sticks, to Kodiak cakes, to Aqua Mega supplements. We have all these different amazing companies. We have over 250 company partners now that we're their go-to sustainability provider with a tangible, traceable impact. And it gives us a financial, certainty, because we're on some 5 and 10-year contracts with these companies. So we know we're going to be able to keep our captains and crews fed and keep our mission going of pulling plastic out of the water.
That's amazing. When I read that earlier, I had to double check and make sure. I was like, 50 million tons plastic? That's incredible and incredibly sad. And there's so much left to do. How in the world do we get to this point?
Oh, well, how did we get to this point is a
and
load.
What do we do from here?
Yeah, so
Better question.
how we got here is this fast society where everything's just so convenient. We're using tens of billions of dollars a year in economic value for something we use for less than 5 seconds, like our cutlery and our straws and our to-go containers and the packaging in your grocery store, because it's convenient, it's light, it's easier to transport. Don't get me wrong, plastic is an amazing material. We wouldn't have been able to go to the moon and be able to fly in airplanes and do all these things without this incredible material, but how we use it in a single-use fashion is broken, right? Like there's bringing back the milkman on how our parents and grandparents used to work. These models were very successful, and we don't have to go into this convenient, way of just treating plastic in this throwaway society. So there are some incredible solutions out there today, and a lot of the work that I do is working with these organizations to help them make those transitions back into, reusables, into true backyard biodegradables, because we have a compost issue as well and mislabeling on a lot of, bioplastics. So there's some incredible solutions, that these companies can shift to, and that economic premium, the green premium, is really going away. They're scaling some of these solutions where it's not more cost.
There's some beautiful, brilliant minds here at EarthX, and this is a wonderful place to connect with people. And you've been able to connect with some great people here?
Unbelievable minds here, from explorers to scientists to policymakers, her deepness herself, Sylvia Earle, getting to spend time with her. It's, a really incredible place, just to connect all these minds and explore different models on how we can, come together and make a positive change.
Mm-hmm. And one great thing at EarthX is there are a lot of students here. In fact, there's many in the audience here. What advice would you give them if they want to follow in your footsteps and do what you do so well?
This may be not politically correct for the stage, but a quote that really inspired me was Richard Branson, and it's "Screw it, just do it."
Yep.
Just take the action, get out there, just keep failing and trying, different models in your life, right? Like, you don't have to take the traditional path. If it doesn't resonate with you, really find your calling and your why. And once you have that why, like, you're unstoppable. And like, anytime you fail, it's just fertilizer for more growth to get better.
Mm-hmm. And for your why, I know that this is your true passion that comes from inside. Mm-hmm. What keeps you on that right path? What do you tell yourself in the morning?
Every day's a little different, Paul, because I have this thirst to explore these beautiful ecosystems while they're still here, because they are deteriorating at a rapid rate. So every day is like, is today an explore nature day or is today preserve nature day? And depending on that mindset, I'm going out into the world, like, I'm going to use all of my energy and my might to, do everything I can to save these magical ecosystems. Then when I'm out there, I'm just trying to be grounded in the moment, present, and enjoying every second of them.
Absolutely. There's so much to accomplish within this. Well, we'll just leave it to this next year. What are you hoping to connect with, and who are you hoping to connect with? Because I know you mentioned some great brands that are doing the right things, but who else would you like to connect with? Let's throw it out there in the world.
Well, I want to work with more companies, because we've been able to really scale up the success. Some of the campaign with us where we're able to design these campaigns now where it's super tangible and traceable impact, but the customer loves these things. I want to work with companies to embed them into their business, so they can see that when the financial model makes sense, companies are going to do a lot more of it, right? It's just, that's just how the world works. And companies, run politics in a lot of ways, and they're one of the largest donors to the nonprofit sector. So the more we can have these companies succeed in doing the right thing is what I'm aiming for. So I want to get, all the companies in the world really, being able to embed sustainability into their business models.
I think with EarthX, you see a lot of big companies here. Of course, we see Wells Fargo, we see Coca-Cola. A lot of companies want to do the right thing, and I think there's a misconception that the big companies don't care, and you see that they do care. But I do feel like some of them are a little bit like, what do we do? It's a huge question. So what do you tell them when they come to you and they say, all right, how do we do things better?
Yeah, it really, every company is different, and the mission and the cause that they work with has to be connected. So I really try to learn more about them, but understanding that we need to actually have these things drive revenue. It's different because where I see a lot of companies failing today is they put these sustainability plans in place with 2030, 2040, 2050 targets now, and they're very compliance oriented, trying to follow regulation, and they're not a story that like their customers actually can get behind, right? Everyone understands the value of pulling plastic out of the ocean. Everyone understands planting a tree. There's so many incredible things that you can do as a company that directly are having an impact, and your customer can see that and will, help pay a premium for those services. So I try to learn more about their organization, what kind of campaigns they have going on, and be able to kind of weave the right cause into the
Hail Mary went in the Hall of Fame, and we talked about these Hail Mary moments, a moment in your life or career you just kind of have to go for it, and it works out for you. I know since you've been all over the world, you've seen a lot of things, and you've done so many great things. What was that moment, kind of your going for it moment, where you just had to, back was up against the wall, and you had to make it work?
Oh man, I've had a lot of those moments, as a traveler and explorer, and just in this fight, I think I got a call while I was on a sailboat in San Diego to go speak at the United Nations in Switzerland. And they're like, can you be here in 48 hours? We just had a speaker drop out. And I was like, I had to literally get off the boat, throw everything into a bag, and just get to the closest airport and just go, no speech prepared, and just like went and had to follow Johan Ernst on stage, if you don't know him, one of the most prolific explorers, and had the most polished presentation. I just went out there and just spoke from the heart, and that ended up funding my whole project in Uganda right from that speech. So I went straight from Switzerland down to Uganda and built this incredible impact project, and it was just like, send it, just have fun and just go for it, just be yourself, like have confidence, and even in the biggest rooms, like just stay true to your why and your message. Yeah.
Well, you've said before that sustainability is it's a competitive advantage. It's not a responsibility, and I think we call it a responsibility, but yeah, it can be both, right?
Yeah.
Very much.
And like we have such a blueprint for this, right? Like when you fully embed it, look at Yvon Chouinard in Patagonia, right? Like we all understand, like they're a multi-billion-dollar company, and since day one has been all about preservation of the earth. And it's like when they've been able to scale at those levels, and even ourselves at 4Ocean, we've been able to achieve some great success with this, and seeing other companies like the Hewlett-Packard example, right? Rather than them cost-cutting a typical promotion for back to school, where they discount 20% to compete, right? So it's like they got more revenue in the door, they got more customer brand loyalty, and they were able to do this. So it's a competitive advantage, and they did something great. They pulled hundreds of thousands of pounds of plastic out of the ocean. So it's like, it's a win-win-win, and those are the deals we try to do.
Good. Well, we need more people like you, so thank you so much for everything that you do. It's absolutely wonderful. Before we let you go, tell everybody where they can connect with you here and outside of EarthX.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. And you can follow us online at 4Ocean, at 4Ocean on every channel. We got about 13 million followers, so come join and see our fight to make a positive change there. And personally, at Grant Kinseyor on LinkedIn or other social media profiles.
Wonderful. Thank you again for being with us. It's
Thank
an
you,
honor.
Paul.
And stay tuned because we've got more at EarthX 2026 next. Thank you all so much for staying. That's great. Buffers. Okay, great. Sure.
Smash it right in the camera on my couch, just like him. You can just introduce yourself, who you're with, and you're watching Earthx.
Okay. I'm Grant Kinseyor from 4Ocean, and you're watching Earthx.
We're here at Earthx, and what that means to you, what this kind of gathering, the impact it has, what it means to you.
Cool.
Done this before.
Not really.
Oh, natural pro then.
Grant Kinseyor from 4Ocean. I'm here at Earth. One more time. I'm Grant Kinseyor from 4Ocean. I'm at Earthx2026, a gathering of explorers, scientists, innovators, policymakers, and just artists and creators all trying to fight to protect our beautiful planet.
It's receiving transmission.
The third one is what slated again, company, and then what Earthx means to you.
Okay, I was like, I heard some of the ones earlier, and it was more of a openness. I'm Grant Kinseyor from 4Ocean, and being here at Earthx 2026 is really heartwarming to see, from college students to explorers and innovators all gathering to protect the place that I love and you probably love so much too.
Yes.
Want to do a quick photo, Paul?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you're doing a shot. Sorry, I thought you were walking them off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one do you want me to do first?
The first one is, I'm Paul, and you're watching Earthx.
Okay, great. Hi, this is Paul Salpin, and you're watching Earthx. Okay. Are you hearing voices in your head?
No, yeah, exactly. So, what's going on? Introduce yourself again, and then we will get into a bunch of your questions. But what Earthx personally means to you.
Okay, great.
Okay?
Hi, this is Paul Salpin, and Earthx means so much to me. This is a great gathering of some beautiful and wonderful minds that are changing the world, and it's an honor to be among so many people that are doing great things in this great world. Something like that? Okay.
Take a picture.
Yes. You said in Spanish? No.
En español?
Ahora no comprei. Se você sentar viu me amo.
Galen, do you mind me taking a photo or get real quick and we can...
Okay, great. Welcome back to EarthX 2026, and today we have such a special session for you. You're in for a real treat because we are here with Jim Keys, who is the former CEO of Blockbuster, former CEO of 7-Eleven, and author of Education is Freedom. It's an honor to be here with you today.
Great to be here, Paul.
So there's so much to talk about in so little time, but what was interesting is the other night for opening night of EarthX, there's a wonderful speech that you gave right before we had Jeff Skunk Baxter, who's the guitar player of Steely Dan and Doobie Brothers, play a beautiful piece for us, and then you came and gave a prayer, which is interesting, and it was about perception versus perspective. I want to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Thanks for asking. It was actually the request to do the invocation,
Yes.
and when I first got the call, I said, "You sure? Me?" And what I decided to do, instead of making it a traditional prayer, especially since we're here at EarthX, I wanted to who took this beautiful, iconic shot of the Earth from the other side of the moon as they were coming across the moon, and it was the first time really we as Earthlings had ever seen our own home. And but it wasn't that photograph, as I mentioned, it wasn't the photograph that made all the difference. It was Bill saying, just off the cuff, he said, "You know, we came to explore the moon, but we discovered the Earth." And it's such a beautiful statement, and it actually inspired, I think, could have inspired the creation of Earth Day just 2 years later. In 1970, we began to celebrate April 22nd as Earth Day. And so I started with that, with this iconic photo of the moon. But then I talked about the Artemis flight and how each of those astronauts experienced something that everyone from Neil Armstrong to William Shatner, when he was on the Blue Origin, came down in tears. And he talked about the overview effect. And I described it, I actually put it on the cover of my book on purpose. And this is a photograph of the Earth with a constellation of satellites that connect us. And it's the idea of being a connected Earth where the overview effect really represents perspective. It represents stepping back from this beautiful planet and seeing it for the first time as one beautiful home where we as Earthlings are all in this together. And so I described what each of the astronauts on our who said that the Earth looked like it was covered in a contact lens, in that thin blue line that separates us from the vast blackness of the universe, she said, was just such a fragile piece of atmosphere that we have to protect. And it was just a beautiful thing. And Victor Glover, when he was asked to deliver an Easter message, he hadn't prepared anything. He said, "I haven't really prepared anything profound," but he said, "As I look down upon the Earth, I see this beautiful planet and I realize we're all in this together. We are all as one." Another very beautiful observation. So I described that as the difference between perception, which is the things that make us angry, the things we see on the internet, the half-truths that we pick up and we don't, as humans, use our critical thinking to determine are they true or not. And climate change is one of those perceptions that will trigger people into anger. Well, I have a saying that goes back 2,000 years, a guy named Ibn Rushd, that ignorance leads to fear, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hatred, and hatred leads to violence, a very negative circle. That's what perception will cause if we as humans don't stop and think, what I just saw may have just been an opinion. It's not necessarily the truth. Perspective is when we as humans step back and use our critical thinking to really, then it truly can lead to peace on earth. And that was my prayer, in effect, that we as humans would step back and use our perspective. And I just happened to have Reed Weissman's image that he took on his iPhone of the moon, but it was Earth set, not Earth rise, as Bill Anders had, but they caught the Earth setting behind the moon. And it was a sideways image, and my assistant helped me. We rotated it so it looked like a sunset, where the Earth was actually setting below the surface of the moon. And I showed that image as I delivered the invocation for the Monday evening of EarthX. And then the best part of it wasn't my invocation. The best part was that I happened to be sitting with Skunk,
Yes.
who then got up, with Jeff, got up, and he played this beautiful piece talking about how music is really frequency and vibration. And the crew from the back, and Jeff didn't even know this, put on that Earth set image as he was playing this beautiful piece, and it was just really made the evening. It was a great start to a beautiful dinner.
It sure was. And here we are on Earth Day. It's a beautiful day. There's some brilliant, beautiful minds that are here, and I know you've been here before. It's a wonderful place to connect with people. And who do you look to connect with here?
It is. Well, first of all, I'm grateful to Trammell.
Yes.
Earth Day began in, as I said, in 1970, when we designated April 22nd as Earth Day. But 15 years ago, Trammell had the vision to be able to say, yeah, it's fine we say it's Earth Day, but why don't we bring people together from all over the world? Let's do something about it. Let's just not talk about it. Let's not celebrate it one day a year. Let's do something. Let's bring together the best minds everywhere in the world to rethink the importance of this planet and how we can all contribute to making this Earth a better.
Blockbuster. At those times, the companies that wasn't as big of a priority, but I know that was something that was in your view. What were you able to do at the time to be able to help environmentally? Because it's a little bit easier now, but you know.
It's a little easier now. And I was a beneficiary of the Apollo era,
Yes.
Where I do believe that iconic view of the Earth from space gave us a different perspective way back then. And so as a CEO, I saw my responsibility as being something greater than just shareholder value. And I think many of my peers see it as in the same way, that sometimes the CEOs get a bad rap. They're just about making money. Yes, technically in graduate school of business, we learn that it's all about shareholder value. But I've discovered that shareholder value and social good are not mutually exclusive. You can actually make a lot of money by doing good things for your customers, for your stakeholders out there, and it's appreciated and it's good for shareholder value. So in fact, this recognition came from a guy, I know Hunter Hunt is on the agenda here at EarthX. He's kind enough to come out every year. His dad, Ray Hunt, was one of my mentors as a young CEO. And Ray took me aside early in my career and said, Jim, you can do more good from the helm of a public company than, I don't care how rich you are and write big checks. You can never do as much good for people and for humanity as you can from the helm of a public corporation, because you have the privilege of being able to have a microphone that people will listen to and to have the ability to create change. Mm-hmm. And so I learned from some of the best.
Yes. Well, this world and achieve the top level like you have.
It's a pretty simple set of recommendations. Starts with education is freedom. This idea that education is freedom came because I grew up literally as one of those kids with no running water and no chance for success. I was told by everyone around me, who do you think you are? You're poor, you can't go to college, you can't be anything, just suck it up and go back to the factory where your dad worked and your brothers work, and that's what you are. And I refuse to accept that. And for a whole host of reasons, and maybe it's because I was the last of 6 siblings growing up in a 3-room shack, literally, with no running water, but I saw them become victims of their own environment. And I heard my dad, who used to say, I don't even know what to tell you. He had never made it past the 6th grade. But he said, somewhere in those books is the answer. Because the people who have freedom, and it was important, he didn't say money. Money was irrelevant to him. When you're poor, who cares? Money is just a thing. But freedom is what he wanted. And he used to tell me that what I want for you, son, is the ability to travel the world. In World War II, he had gone to the Burma Road, and it wasn't his role in the U.S. Army, it was his ability to interact with locals, to see their culture. And he would just tell stories of the beautiful Burmese people and how he just wanted me to have that experience and to be able to travel the world and meet people from different parts of the world. And that was the freedom he was after. And somewhere in those books, I would find that freedom. Man, was he right.
Yeah, so right. And of course, I know that a lot of people would be perfectly happy to achieve what you've achieved, but you have not stopped working. You're doing key development right now. Tell us about what you're working on right now.
A whole host of things. My number one objective is to help use the huge benefit I have. World, people are like, oh, I grew up with Slurpees, or I grew up with Blockbuster, and it's just this nostalgic warmth that people have for those two brands gives me a voice and an opportunity. So I'm able to reach young people in a way that others maybe don't have a chance to do. When I speak, young people say, oh, I want to hear this guy. He had 7-Eleven. He must be, the guy sold Slurpees. And I'm able to convey this message that, hey, kids, and kids could be anyone. I mean, I'm still a kid. Hey, kids, we're in this together. And by the way, the cycle of fear is correctable because fear comes from ignorance, and ignorance is curable. So cure it. Don't let others tell you who you are. Don't let others tell you what you should think. Learn and keep learning, and learn every single day of your life. Ignite that curiosity, because the more you learn, the more you can do. And by the way, you as an individual, as the cover of my book says, the future is in your hands. If each of us individually decided, I'm not going to be a victim, I'm not going to subject myself to perceptions, I am going to take charge of my own life. And if we all did that, we could replace that cycle of fear and ignorance and anger and violence and crime and poverty and all the other stuff that comes with it, terrorism. We could replace that with a world where we have knowledge and understanding and hope and compassion and peace, ultimately. And I know this sounds Pollyannish, especially coming from a CEO, right? Hey, I want peace on earth. It is so possible if we just light up our human capabilities to think and to learn and get out of our caveman selves that cause all these silly behaviors. We have fight and flight characteristics that kept us from being eaten by a saber-toothed tiger as caveman.
Absolutely. Speaking of nostalgia, and we all miss Blockbuster, I think sometimes we think about, would it be nice to go to the video store? I apologize, I still owe you some late fees.
All right, forgiveness, my son. You have total forgiveness. I will absolve you of all your late fee crimes. How's that?
Thank you. Well, hey, it's story time. So my co-host Drew Pearson famously caught the Hail Mary, went in the Hall of Fame, and this is the 50th anniversary of the Hail Mary. And so,
when?
Yes,
this year.
This last year.
Oh, I've got to call Roger. Roger Staubach's a dear friend. He's
That's
on
right.
the other end of that Hail Mary.
Yes. Well, we talk about Hail Mary moments, and this is important in the environment too. But the moment in your life or career where you just had to go for it and it worked out for you. Can you share a good story? I mean, I know you've had many. You didn't have running water as a kid, so.
Oh yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, I've had a few Hail Marys. Probably Blockbuster, and like Roger and I share notes sometimes about how, you know, CEOs back then didn't make as much as they do now, and quarterbacks back then. and when Roger sometimes, because everybody uses the Hail Mary as, you know, being ubiquitous now for, and it's like, wait, I did that. Roger did that, and so Blockbuster was one of my Hail Marys, and people really don't understand the Blockbuster story. It is a great example of the vulnerability to perception. Because I guarantee you the perception of 99% of the people out there in the world is, oh, Blockbuster didn't keep up with technology, Netflix crushed them as a result. Totally false.
Yeah.
Blockbuster was actually ahead of its time in technology. Sometimes being too early is as bad as being too late.
Yeah.
But Blockbuster, as early as 2000, 7 years before I got there,
Yes.
had a deal with Enron. And it sounds crazy, but Enron had bandwidth. They had bought spectrum, they had bought bandwidth, and that was a marriage made in heaven. But then, of course, we know what happened with Enron. It was a shame. But Blockbuster envisioned streaming all the way back to 2000, which is 10 years before it was streaming. We had new releases, which nobody had, digitized. We had them exclusively. We had a chance to lock up all of the old content exclusively, and we had a potential deal with Google to be able to be our distribution partner. Everything, YouTube would be everything free. They had just bought YouTube. Everything free YouTube, everything paid Blockbuster side by side. It would have been like the Blockbuster store, a one-stop shop for the aggregation of all content that we all wish was out there today. But here's what happened, and this is what everyone forgets. This is in 2007 when I joined the company. 2008, all of a sudden the financial markets collapse. Lehman Brothers fails. GM and Ford are going to look for a bailout from the White House, and no one was going to bail out Blockbuster. So I had to get back in the huddle and call a new play. The play was no longer let's transform the company into streaming. The play is now let's save this thing. Let's throw the Hail Mary, because we have got to save all of these stores and all of these jobs, and we've got to live to see another day. And so I dropped back and threw the Hail Mary, and the Hail Mary was find a strategic partner. Google would have been that ideal strategic partner, but when rumors came out about Blockbuster's bankruptcy, they pulled the deal.
Wow.
It was a signed deal. My board signed it. It was sitting with their board of directors. We were a week away from completing the deal of a century that would have transformed the way we see movies today.
Goodness.
But it didn't happen. What do? Do I go back to the huddle and say, oh, woe is me, I'm a victim, and then quit? No, I stayed in the game, toughed it out, was actually to bypass the internet and go straight to streaming via your cell phone.
Huh.
Now, they had acquired much of that spectrum that I mentioned with Enron. So they had bandwidth, and we had movies, and their vision was, let's just go straight to cell phones and make it fast. So they wanted to go straight to like 5 or 6G back in 2009, 2010. We're barely to 5G now. So their vision was sound, but the release of that spectrum got caught up in government approvals, et cetera, for whatever reason. It couldn't happen, and they eventually, tired of waiting, and put the brand on the shelf and said, we'll go back at it another day. But that's the real story of what happened with Blockbuster. Very different from the perception.
Yeah.
And it is, in fact, the Hail Mary, because the easy thing to do would have been just go to the bench. I didn't cause this problem, I'm just gonna go quit. But I stayed in the game, threw the Hail Mary, Dish caught it, we lived to see another day, and again, they had another bite at the apple that could have made Blockbuster that aggregation partner that would have made all of our lives better, because it would have made it much easier to see the favorite movies you want to see today.
Wow. Well, you've definitely got that spark, that success mindset, that thing in you. What do you tell yourself in the morning that kind of keeps you on that right path?
Well, a couple of things. One, I truly believe that gratitude is is fundamental. And I learned that his energy, that what it comes from, is his meditation. He meditates from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. I don't do that, I assure you. But it's all about gratitude and joy. And when he comes out, I mean, it's palpable. It's just, whoa. I mean, this is like the happiest man you've ever met. And so when I wake up every morning, like I said, I don't go into 4 hours of meditation, but my first thought when waking up is, man, I am the luckiest man alive. I am so grateful for what I have, especially from where I came, you know, and I live in this beautiful home that, you know, my home was condemned when I was a child. And so I just, every minute that I am able to walk on this planet, I am grateful for. And one last thing, then I say, now what's today gonna hold? Because every day for me represents a new adventure.
Yes, absolutely. And environmentally, we can all do better. You have any quick things that you do that we can share with everyone?
Oh yeah, no, I've got the absolute secret to fixing this whole mess.
Let's hear it.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. The audience is hanging on every word. No, this is true. You just say global warming and you can see people tense up, right? The very idea just makes people mad. And here's the irony. I step back and look at this and I go, wait a minute now. And the same people sometimes get not quite as mad, but they get a little about climate change, right? And here's the irony. Half of the people that are so mad are hunters, fishermen, environmental people that live in the wilderness. And you go, wait. Why are you mad about talking about climate change? You're an environmental user. You love the outdoors. You love the wilds. You should be the biggest advocate for protecting the earth, right? But they get caught up in the ideology, in the tribe, because the tribe says climate change bad, you know, evil. They're trying to destroy our economics, et cetera, and that's all perception. But that perception doesn't need to be there. And both sides are guilty, by the way, because you've got certain environmentalists that will go to war over, you know, protecting, you know, I'm gonna die hugging this tree. Okay, well, chill out a little bit. There's probably another solution. And if we can all just step back from our perceptions that are making us so mad and recognize that we're falling into that caveman brain,
Yes.
that reaction of anger and resistance and fighting, and instead step back and say, oh, wait a minute, you're a hunter, you're a fisherman. I'll bet clean water is really important to you. You want to eat those fish, don't you? Yes, of course. Well, let's find a solution to clean water. Well, isn't clean air important? Yes. Well, let's find solutions. And if we could just take this overview effect, and all of us, both sides of the argument, and eliminate our perceptions or eliminate our that's the irony. Instead of fighting, let's collaborate. Let's figure out solutions, not more things to fight about.
Yeah, so well said. Jim, it's been an absolute honor to be here with you today. We've learned so much, and we could talk all day, but we know we got to let you go because you've got things to run. So we want to thank you for being with us, and please stay tuned because we've got more for you at EarthX next. Thank you so much. Oh,
Thank you.
So good to see you. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
If I could get you to come into this camera over here, like just give you a 3, 2, and you just say, put your keys, introduce yourself, and then say, you're at EarthX.
Okay.
Or you're watching EarthX. Sorry, the first one. Big film TV. It's on EarthX Media now, so they're just on EarthX.
Say what?
Don't use
I'm just here at
TV.
EarthX, yeah.
No. You're watching EarthX.
You're watching EarthX, not EarthX TV,
Right, 'cause they
not
put the TV
EarthX TV, best channel in the world, no,
Yeah.
nothing like that. Not Blockbuster TV. Hi, I'm Jim Keyes, former CEO, 7-Eleven and Blockbuster, and now currently author of a book called Education is Freedom, here at EarthX, helping to change the world. Did you want me to say EarthX TV?
Yeah, so we're doing that's good. No,
Okay.
what I was saying is that's perfect for the event.
Yep.
But this will be like a bumper coming out of a program where it says, "I'm Jim Keys. You're watching EarthX."
Okay. Do you need all the background stuff or just you're watching?
No,
Okay.
we got that on that one. So,
Okay.
But
Yeah.
okay, I mean, introducing yourself is obviously good.
Oh, okay.
It's very much akin to, I'm done handling. You're listening to KXPM.
EarthX TV or just EarthX?
Just EarthX.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. They
Yeah.
just rebranded Cutting the Teeth.
Got it.
You've done this before.
Yeah.
Ready? 3, 2.
Hi, I'm Jim Keys. Duh. Hi, I'm Jim Keys. You're watching Blockbuster, the finest streaming channel in the world. Did I get it wrong? All right, one more.
Did you
one
feel that?
more.
We just went back in time.
Hi, I'm Jim Keys. You're watching EarthX. Did that work?
Did it. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, 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 hello.
We could go over his first name, right? Because it's not hard.
Prahaladh Gopalakrishnan. Right?
Yes.
Oh, good. I was like, did I do it wrong?
I got asked. It's impressive.
Prahaladh Gopalakrishnan. And Serena McCalla, not McCalla. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't have said it the other way because then it's
Yeah,
it's
in your
running
head.
around in there. All right. Welcome back to EarthX 2026. My name is Paul Salfin, and today we have a fantastic session for you that I know that you're going to love. We're joined by two wonderful, inspiring individuals that you're going to love, Dr. Serena McCalla and Sure. That's right, right?
It's okay. You said it good. Well,
Welcome back to EarthX 2026. My name is Paul Salfin, and today we have a fantastic conversation for you with two brilliant minds and people that you're going to want to know here. So we've got Dr. Serena McCalla and I did it. Prahaladh. Okay. All right. Do you want me to redo it or do you? Okay. Okay. Less editing.
It's Prahaladh.
Prahaladh. Oh, see, okay. Prahaladh Gopalakrishnan.
Gopalakrishnan.
Okay. Prahaladh. Okay, great. Welcome back to EarthX 2026. My name is Paul Salfin, and today we are joined by two fantastic individuals that are doing great things that you're definitely going to want to know. Dr. Serena McCalla and Prahaladh Gopalakrishnan. Welcome. We are so honored to be with you today and amongst all these great minds here on Earth Day. And tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you're working on.
so that's a loaded question.
It
so I
is.
do a lot. I am the CEO and founder of iResearch Corporation. And in this company, we work with very high-level science research projects in bioinformatics, AI, and machine learning with high school and early college students.
Yes.
So our goal is to explore untapped data science that is available free and ask and answer questions that could have been answered previously, but were not. And we aim to publish white papers on the research that these high schoolers are doing in order to expand a variety of fields of science, including environmental science, of course, genetics and biological sciences, and even physics. I was in a Disney movie called Science Fair, and then we had a series called Science Fair, the series, and it showed how some of the students that I work with actually continue on to compete at a high level at the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair and the Regeneron Science Talent Search. And I've had the most winningest streak in the world for my students.
Amazing. That's wonderful. And this gentleman I met last night at the reception.
I am supposed to be a high school student, but I am part of this program called TAMS, Texas Academy of Mathematics and Science. And so I am pursuing chemical engineering degree. It's my freshman year. I do a few things on the side. I have a lot of side hustles. One of my favorite things to talk about is I'm doing research under Dr. Thomas Kundari for sustainable ammonia production using chemical synthesis. And then I am co-founder and co-CEO of Daedalus Labs, which is a hydrogel thermal management company. We found out that solar panels, they heat up very fast and they lose a lot of efficiency when they do that. Right now, the way of cooling is extremely unsustainable. You have to funnel water through, fans, heat sinks, everything else. It's not environmentally friendly. So what we've done is, me and my co-founders, we found a polymer that you can put on the back of the solar panels that just does the exact same thing, even more efficient and without any electricity or power.
Wow. It's incredible. Well, both of you have that incredible spark about you that makes you special and stand out and Now, up here on the stage today, when did you first realize, both of you, that you had that something that made you realize, I got to do this for a living?
I'm way older than Prahaladh. But I think my spark started when I was 3, 4. I used to ask my dad all the time, like, why is the sky blue? Why is a gecko soft versus a lizard being hard? And he would just look at me like, why is she asking these questions? And he would ask me more questions.
Yes.
And I think that triggered my love of the natural world. And I decided at that point that science was going to be my life. So it started for me.
Comes from my family, similar to you. My mom is a bio professor at Tarrant County College, and as a child, when I was even in the womb, she would read me biology textbooks.
I love it.
Oh, wow.
And every time I was younger, I would fall asleep to hearing about biology. And I think it did something to my brain. It wired me differently. And I started to think about, I really love science, I really love learning about everything, but why don't adults talk to kids about these things? Why don't adults think that kids can learn the same way that they can? I think that education is the priority that all people should have, and that's where I started getting that passion. I thought that students weren't educated enough in sustainability and STEM education, so I went on a mission to educate students to bring STEM education and sustainability and curiosity to them. I feel like the current generation is just instant rewards. I can go on my phone, I can just Google anything up, I can do whatever I want at any time. But real scientific innovation comes from failure, it comes from strain, and a lot of kids don't know how to do that. And that's where it started from.
So are we educating fast enough for the climate changes that we're seeing ahead, the challenges?
No, I think education is failing students. And I used to be an educator in a classroom, and I can say that, and I believe that that is true. I believe that we underestimate the passion that kids have. We underestimate their ability to adapt in a very fast-changing world. I think we underestimate their desire to do more and to be the leaders that I think that they can be. I don't think education is moving forward. I think we're stuck in a 100 years ago cycle of chalk talk and talking at students instead of asking them, what do you want to know and why? I think the reason why my programs have been so successful is because I let the kid a backbone. It needs to have, knowledge, real knowledge, research-based knowledge, not ChatGPT, Claude. I want you to actually open up a journal and read it and tell me why you think that this is a question that needs to be answered. And I think that shifts how they look at the world. It actually encourages them to say, my questions are valid and important. Let me go figure out what the answers are. And I don't think education is taught that way. I think that people are very happy with the status quo, with textbooks that say things that someone wrote 35 years ago that may not be true today, because the world is moving really fast. In addition, I think that we don't fall in love with technology. We use the games, the things that people say work, but we don't really employ new ideas to those technologies. We don't ask the kid, recode this. See how you can make this more efficient to answer questions X, Y, and Z. We don't do that. We kind of say, hey, use this because I think it's okay to use. No, let them break things, let them fail. Let them figure out that there are, other answers to come from a single question. I don't think we do enough of that.
And as a student, you didn't see. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Perfect. And Paul, just re-ask because I know you were about to.
Sure. No problem. And as a student, or most recently a student, you didn't see enough teaching about this, right?
Traditional education is failing. I think as a student, I need to come out and say it. The education system is failing. and we need to acknowledge that. Education, it comes with the times. You'll see that back in the 1200s, we had specific innovations and specific things that helped that time. And in any other technology, you'll see that it keeps catching up, but for some reason, education hasn't caught up with the times yet. As a student, if I'm in a lecture, I do not learn. That's the end of it, because we've been raised by technology to be hyperactive. And unfortunately, we can't expect our students that are hyperactive to learn traditionally. We have to bring in a sense of project-based learning where they have to explore themselves. I really respect what you're doing, because that's exactly what I would want to have when I was in their shoes. And at the same point in time, I think that we can't expect to reshape the education system overnight.
No,
It's not possible.
they won't let you.
What we need to do, though, is we need to start slowly changing school by school, student by student, and we need to start advocating for better sustainable education. Sustainability isn't green in this sense, it's long lasting. Right now, our education system is about to collapse.
So what breakthrough in chemistry do you see coming that could make a really big change?
I think we already have breakthroughs in chemistry coming with the increased speed of computers. We are looking at models of genetics structures and chemical structures that we've never been able to imagine before, but we also need to have caution because some of the programs that we're building are not accurate. So I don't think that we're going to throw away all technology with the bathwater. I think that we're going to have this AlphaFold.
Yes.
And it does a phenomenal job understanding structure, but it's also like 65% wrong.
Yes.
And if that wasn't until recently that people started investigating AlphaFold to see that it was actually making a lot more mistakes than they thought it was. So I think that in the future, we're going to keep using technology to improve what we understand, but we can't just give up everything else. We also will need to continue to rely on wet bench research and scientists who know what they're doing to figure out, what are the pros and cons between using those technologies. I was saying this yesterday. I was on the center stage, and I said, we have a tendency to want black and white. We need to walk in the gray sometimes, where we can have a union between the technology and the wet bench to make sure that we're not making huge mistakes that we have to later correct for. So I think that there is a fine line between using technology and education and other things, sciences, but also we have to be mindful that technology is not going to solve all of the problems. We still need thinking humans, and we need to train our students to be thinking humans so that they can continue to thrive and be successful.
Yeah. I love seeing at EarthX here, there's a lot of younger people, there's a lot of students here, and it's great to see them looking up to you and going, see, all right, this is the way I want to do it for both of you. And so for those kids that are watching, what would you say to them if they think, I don't know what to do, but I want to do something?
The first thing I would say is follow your passion. You have to figure out what makes you happy. I wake up every day, even though my job is hard. I work with a lot of students from a lot of different areas where all over the United States, working with young people, and their training, their teaching all differs. And unfortunately, a lot of them are used to rote memorization. Okay, the teacher told me to memorize this, I can memorize this, and that's all they think about is what the teacher told them to memorize. I hope that the advances that we're going to have in the next 18 months to 10 years, and to still be in a classroom telling them, well, this is the book says this, and you should memorize it. You don't need to memorize anymore. You have all of these tools that can tell you all of the facts. You don't need to sit back and now memorize everything. It's at your fingertips.
Yeah.
You need to now start applying those tools, those definitions, those terms by first knowing them and then seeing where you could go with that. And I don't think that that's being taught. I don't believe that a lot, even the bright kids that I work with, are taught to think. They're not great thinkers. We're training them to become good thinkers, but they're not great thinkers yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And what would you say to the students?
I'm a student, guys. I'm in that
Yes.
position every day where you wake up And sometimes you feel like the world is on your shoulders because sometimes the media and everyone else makes it seem like it is. Small things matter. That is the one most important thing a student needs to realize. Every small thing you do contributes to a bigger whole. I don't expect any student to go out there and solve the food crisis. It's not going to happen. I don't expect someone who's lived 3 lifetimes to solve the food crisis in one go, because it's not possible. But every small step in the right direction does that. I think I've seen so many really interesting projects. One of the interesting projects I've seen is using current oil spills to remove microplastics from water. We're already cleaning up the oil spills. We might as well reduce the microplastics while we're at it. We're not fully making the world sustainable, but we are making the transition to it. I'm a chemist at heart, so I'm going to talk a bit of chemistry. We're making a transition state.
Yeah.
This is a transition state between our minimum and our maximum. We can't expect to have a straight line. It's parabola. It's going to be difficult, but we have to get there. It's thermodynamically possible. We are always going from a low concentration, which we're at right now, that high concentration of knowledge is going to come. If you're a student, advocate for yourself. Those doors, they're not impossible.
Both got that wonderful spark that I know that you get up in the morning and you got it going. And so what do both of you tell yourselves when you wake up in the morning that kind of keeps you on that right path that lets you do what you do now?
One small thing can change the life of a lot of people. I have students who I've been teaching 15 years. I've met 15 years ago, and they may not be scientists, but they're entrepreneurs. I have one I'm thinking about right now. He's worth $500 million. He's 30. He owns 240 restaurants across the United States and China. And I know that even though he's in the restaurant business, he's going to impact people because he has resources now available to him to impact people. So he knew one of my mottos when I work with him, I've known him since he was 14, was pay it forward. Whatever you're doing in this life, it wasn't by accident. Take those gifts and do something with them. And it doesn't have to just be money. It could just, it could be planting a tree. It could be cleaning up a river in a small town in your neighborhood, in your old neighborhood. There are so many ways that the kids, I think, are influenced by just small acts of kindness that we embed in our programming. Of course, I have doctors and scientists. I have one of my students recently just finished her PhD in chemical engineering. And I watched her defense, and I'm just so proud to see that these kids are going to do something that changes the world. Like you stated, one person's not going to fix every problem. But if each one of us helps another person to do something great, they're going to end up helping a bunch of people do something great. So it's just that one step.
That's beautifully said.
I think for me, and this might take a sort of dark turn, but I wake up and I said, if I died today, would I be happy? And I like to think, if I wake up today and I'm out of this world, what impact have I made and will I be happy? And right now, I am not happy with the impact I make. And it's not only my impact, it's how the world is. And I suggest that every student, don't do what I do, but think, if for some reason you can't see this earth again, are you happy with how it is? And if you think like that, you will be inspired to do something different because you see the existential need to change the world. And that is a lot of pressure on your shoulders, which is why I also say, don't take yourself too seriously. You're not Superman. You have to think like you're Superman and act like you're an ant. An ant can carry 50 times its own weight, and a human brain can do the same thing. But we're not Superman. So get your team, a team of ants can lift a building. So that's how I go about inspiring myself and other students.
We also want them to have fun.
Yeah.
You're a teenager. Don't carry so much pressure.
That's right.
Enjoy a little.
enjoying, I think you can make impact while enjoying yourself.
Absolutely, but you also need to enjoy.
Yeah.
I think there has to be balance in everything we do.
Of course.
I used to feel like I was just on a solo mission in life to change the world of all of my students and make sure that but balance is also important.
Very.
And I think that with balance, we continue to grow and do better things and help more people.
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm a better person because now I have balance.
Yes.
I still do what I need to do to make sure that my students are phenomenal.
Yeah.
But I also have balance where I go and I put my feet in the grass. And
I think that
go on a beach.
balance is sustainable. And if we're trying to bring in a sustainable universe, we have to incorporate balance into that sustainable universe.
Okay.
It is, all of these things are at the forefront. We're trying to make the world a better place. But as you were saying, balance is at the center of it. Because you will burn yourself out if you don't.
That is true.
Yeah. Well, EarthX is a fantastic place to connect with people with great minds like yourself. I hope you've had a chance to connect with so many good people that
I have.
had a chance to listen to you.
Earth that Artemis 2 got to see from a distance. And I said this yesterday when we were on stage, that if everyone was paying attention to the crew of Artemis 2, what did they keep saying? How beautiful the sphere was. They're literally going into the universe further than anyone else. And they kept focused on the fact that the planet Earth was the most beautiful thing they saw in the distance. That hit me. Like, it made me feel like my fight is valid, my fight is worthy, my fight is necessary, because this planet is worth saving.
It's beautiful. I know you've had a great time.
I'm 16, and I'm going to come back to that. And coming to a conference like this, I get to meet people like you, and you inspire me. Today has been, and this past week has been inspirational. I feel as if we're not alone in this anymore.
We're not.
We have a community. Unfortunately, it seems like it's all isolated a lot of times. But this is a community effort that brings everyone together and shows us that we are not isolated.
Yes.
We have a family, we have a team behind us. I'm so thankful for everything that all of y'all do and how you inspire the next generation.
Yes. Beautifully said. Well, thank you both so much for being with us, and thank you for your great insight and for being here and sharing your knowledge with everyone and everyone at home that's watching. So stay tuned, because we're going to be back with more at EarthX 2026 next. Try that again. So stay tuned. We'll be back with more at EarthX 2026 next. All right. Thank you all so much. That was great.
Okay.
So if you just introduce yourself and
I'm Serena McCalla from New York. What do you want me to say? iResearch?
and you're watching EarthX.
Okay.
Okay. Just
Do you mind if I?
no, you don't. I know.
Excuse me 1 second.
And it's going to be at this camera, right to the camera.
Okay.
I know you got another meeting. Joseph, can we kill his mic?
And enjoying myself. Okay.
So, I'm Serena, and you're watching EarthX.
I'm Serena McCalla, and you're watching EarthX.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
You should talk to me.
I will. What do you mean, who I'm with? iResearch Corporation? Okay, got you. And you're watching EarthX. I'm Dr. Serena McCalla from iResearch Corporation, and you're watching EarthX.
Yes. To watching EarthX?
Yes, it was EarthX TV. They've rebranded. They took TV out.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Like Disney.
Yes. If you can introduce yourself and say, I'm a student and you're watching EarthX. Okay? Is he going to go yes? Step forward? Beautiful. It's right in this camera now. We're rolling. You're
Hi, I'm Prahaladh Gopalakrishnan, and you're watching EarthX. Student, sorry. Hi.
He's good.
thanks to the generous sponsorship of Mass Challenge.
Okay, we are rolling. And we're in 3, 2.
Good afternoon from Dallas, Texas, where we're at the Hilton Anatole for Earthx2026 and our 2026 Earthx Climate Tech Prize Finals as part of the 2026 eCapital Summit. Let's get a big round of applause for everybody at Earthx and everyone who's here today. Let's get some energy. We've had hundreds of people from around the world ascend on Dallas, Texas. Everything from investors to industry leaders, innovators, innovation ecosystem leaders, everyone that is working to solve real sustainability and concern. And over the last 10 years, Earthx has, I think, had more than 700 innovators, Megan?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So my name is Vikram Agrawal. I am the Senior Director of Earthx Capital, and this is?
Megan Steiner, Earthx Capital Coordinator.
And we are part of the Earthx Capital team, and our whole mission is how do we catalyze more impact as it relates to sustainability and conservation-related investments in industry innovation across all industries from water, agriculture, built environment, sports, consumer products, energy. And we just want to get as many people as possible to actually solve real challenges. Yeah. So, our Climate Tech Prize Finals were sponsored by Mass Challenge, which is a leading accelerator program around the world with different programs, and we're really grateful for their sponsorship to help with the $10,000 cash prize. So let's do a big just thank you to Mass Challenge. So Megan, why don't you tell everybody about the little process that we went through to select these great 4 finalists, and then talk a little bit more about the semifinalists.
Yeah, so as Vikram mentioned, we had over 250 companies apply to attend the eCapital Summit, of which our strategic partners selected the top 11 that they believe should be able to pitch for the opportunity to win the $10,000 cash prize. Yesterday, during our investment forum, these companies pitched in front of our audience. They had 3 minutes to give these lightning round pitches, and our audience voted live on our app to decide which 4 would advance to today's finals.
And before we tell who our semifinalists were, our audience included some of the largest family offices in the world, a former head of state, other senior policymakers from the United States government, from Texas and elsewhere. It was a pretty high quality audience, so I think we had some pretty smart people in the room.
That we sure did.
So tell us, who are our semifinalists?
So our semifinalists included 11 companies from all different industry backgrounds, like circularity, oceans, water, and the like. We had ATS Energy, Brint Tech, Chakra TechWorks, Downland, Illuven, Mermaid Energy, Navia Energy, Pinpoint.
That our audience picked 4 finalists, which you guys are going to be excited to hear pitch. So before we go into their pitches, I wanted to introduce our very challenging and very smart judges who are going to be asking them some pretty fun questions. So just from a format standpoint, each innovator will have around up to 5 minutes, and if they choose, they will then have maybe even extra time if they choose to pitch for less, because they'll have at least 7 minutes of Q&A from our very strict judges who are industry and investment leaders from around this country. So let's start with our first judge, is Will Clayton. He's an investor and advisor based in Dallas, Texas. Next, Alan Gelwick, who's the executive vice president and partner at Lockton and the co-founder of the Lockton's Texas practice out of Houston. David Nguyen, who's the Vice President and Senior Commercial Relationship Manager from Wells Fargo's Technology and Investment Banking, Venture Banking practice, and has seen, I think he probably sees thousands of companies a year. And definitely last but not least is our sponsor, Michelle Williams, the VP and Head of Strategy for Texas for Mass Challenge. Let's give it a round of applause for our judges. Now, do we want our judges to do softball questions or pretty challenging questions? All right, so I think you guys have your work cut out for you. So let's start with our 4 finalists, and congratulations for you guys.
So we have ATS Energy, Chakra TechWorks, Downland, and Mermaid Energy.
All right.
We'll be pitching today.
I think you guys are sick of hearing me talk. Let's get down to the real business. Let's have ATS Energy come up and present.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Candy with ATS Energy. About 60% of industrial waste heat, coming from all types of heat, but that about 60% of it goes up into the air. So think about this way. For every dollar of energy input going into industrial processes, 60 cents is escaping up into the air. For businesses, that's millions of dollars. So why aren't we doing something with this? This is good thermal energy. And so when we look at this, the world has been dealing with these for the past 140 years the same way, turbines. We put steam, we put something else through the turbine, and we were able to generate power. Well, turbines have a lot of problems. They're big, they're noisy, they aren't necessarily CapEx friendly. They have certainly a O&M burden. Often you have to hire a power plant engineer if you're going to put one of these in place. So at ATS, we developed the solid state generator. The solid state generator is made of a semiconductor material that ATS developed. We've built that semiconductor material and put it into this cartridge. Those cartridges are then put inside of a shipping container and put between hot and cold plates. When we take industrial waste heat and we run it across the top side of the cartridge and just cool water on the bottom side of that cartridge, we generate electricity. How much? About one shipping container is about a megawatt of electricity, and we do so with absolutely zero moving parts. So we don't have an O&M burden. Now, this works off the Seebeck effect. That was discovered in the 1800s. We didn't do a lot with this for a while. We actually, as a human species, the best we've ever seen is actually in space, which is about 7% to 9% thermally efficient. Here on planet Earth, where we're grounded, the best we've gotten in 2010 was 2.5% thermal efficiency. Today, ATS is at 13.9% thermal efficiency. So that's taking 1 megawatt of thermal energy, we create 139 kilowatts of electricity. So we brought in Deloitte to make sure our supply chain was solid. And then lastly, we've continued to innovate. We now have a patent that will bring us into 22% thermal efficiency. We have a goal of 30 by 30, 30% thermal efficiency by 2030. Then we got to work. We started looking at how are we going to go to market. We found a number of incredible use cases. I say use cases instead of industries because some of these span across them. So we have developed all of these different ways of which to approach the marketplace. If you take turbines, for example, those exist at compressor stations in the oil and gas space here in Texas. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these across the United States alone. So if you look at just capturing 5% of only 3 of those use cases, we're talking about a $30 billion perspective of ability to actually drive revenue for ATS Energy and do some amazing impact. So from an impact perspective, because we can scale so well, we believe we can actually stop a gigaton of carbon by 2050. That's like parking every car in the United States for 2 full years. Kind of a big deal. Then from a circularity perspective, we have the ability to take the bismuth and tellurium, which is what makes up our semiconductor, we can actually upcycle that material. So if we deploy a 13% thermal efficiency cartridge today, we can pull that cartridge out, swap it, and utilize that same material from the original cartridge to make a net new improved cartridge. We have a team that has delivered over $5 billion in post-exit growth and IPOs. We've assembled a team that knows how to scale this business and drive this successfully. We have the folks going across multiple different industries, including we recently hired Edward Ganja over there, and he comes from Shell with 35 years of experience in material science. We are raising a $9 million round on a $27 million post-money valuation, and we see this, none of our growth model considers the ability of how well we can standpoint. We built a solid state system. It is truly a game changer. We've de-risked this, and we are profitable on our first unit sale, which we made in November of last year, and we expect our second to come in the next 30 to 60 days. We have red lines to do. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan. To start off with, a couple of questions for you. I'd love to know what your background is and the team's background, and then I'm really interested in the scale at which you've demonstrated this so far. If
Yes.
it's been commercial, operational, lab scale, it's certainly an impressive technology.
Thank you. The team we have today, my background, I've been in the startup world for, I don't want to say it. It's my 5th startup. I have an IPO and a unicorn under my belt. Our CEO and our Chief Operating Officer both have those same types of backgrounds as well. We actually came in to commercialize this when we won the Earthshot Prize. Prince William told our then CEO, time to get this into the market, enough just R&D work. He wasn't an R&D guy and went back and said, had made that hard decision. I need to bring in a different team for this next stage of growth. And so he brought us on in. From a standpoint of demonstration, we did a 15 kilowatt unit at the Wholesome Cement plant in Alpena, Michigan. And the only difference between a 15 kilowatt and a 1
Jonathan, I'd like to ask a couple follow-on questions to that. At the demonstration plant that you did at Wholesome, is there any continuing opportunity in that particular use case?
We did not. It was never designed to be that. We had a very specific time period where we were going to operate this unit for the DOE itself. They had their PhDs on site that entire period of time. Additionally, that site is the largest cement plant in the world at the time. I think China has now built one slightly larger. They have a humongous heat waste boiler and very large turbines, multiple megawatts. They actually interrupted their operation to allow us to utilize that steam for the purpose of this industrial demonstration. So we actually made them less efficient for a period of time because we were actually disrupting their operation for this.
Have you quantified any of the potential carbon credits, whether voluntary or federal, that this would?
Yeah, we certainly have, when we develop proposals for our customers, I tend to avoid making a carbon credit a part of an ROI structure because they can be voluntary. The market fluctuates a good bit. You usually look around, if you're looking at voluntary, somewhere in that $25 to $40 per ton.
But Wholesome's an example of a company that globally is actually very focused on that.
They very much are. In fact, our next unit that I expect to be closing here pretty shortly is actually in lime manufacturing. It's a very hard to abate industry. That company has around 35 lime plants around the globe, average of 3 lime kilns per plant. So this is our first one. That's 90 megawatts of potential power inside that one company that we could generate. So it highly repeat.
Sales cycle. So you showed that you have about an 18-month to 24-month runway. Well, I guess I have 2 questions. One, I'm curious about the length of your sales cycle because I'm assuming like the change management convincing takes a little bit of time. And then also, maybe this is the preface to that question, are you selling to like existing plants or new builds?
I'll divide that question up. So sales cycle, I guess the way I look at it right now is, so far, I think I'm the first person to ever sell a solid-state generator. So at that point, we really got started last year in April of last year to actually commercialize. So, at that point, we were actually called Advanced Thermal Voltaic Systems. Nobody could say it, so I created a DBA for ATS Energy. That was the first piece. Then we really got to work in talking to customers. Our first unit was sold in November, so based upon a data perspective, right, probably an 8-month scenario. The reality is I think it's about a year to 18 months to actually build something through the funnel consistently. And once again, when I look at that, that's for a net new customer in a net new industry that they have nothing to look at and verify. So we have a compressor station in Massachusetts in our funnel right now, very large oil and gas company. Because we're modular, we can generate off of their Solar 70 turbine a full megawatt of additional electricity behind the meter. They only need 450 kilowatts. Because we're modular, less cartridges. Once we have that in place, compressor stations and every company that wants to be first to be second will kind of be able to point at that and say, oh, they're using it there. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll use it. I think you'll see those sales timeframes drop considerably. That's kind of been what I've seen in my historical perspective. You had a second part and I forgot it.
New builds or existing?
All existing so far. Nope, that's not true. Our first one that we sold is actually going behind the meter at a data center where they'll be burning clean hydrogen burner driving our unit. That is a net new site in the southwestern United States where the land has changed.
Hey, Jonathan, thank you for your presentation. My question is going to be more about your attraction. I think you mentioned that you've had your first sale in the commercial space in 2025. Can you speak more about your strategic partners that you currently have any existing customers in your pipeline, current revenue size, and what kind of funding you guys have received so far?
Yeah, so we have in the past year, from just getting started with commercialization, we built a $320 million funnel. I'd say about a little over a third of that is in the oil and gas space. Highly repeatable, as I mentioned. There's a good bit of cement in there. There's steel. There's rolled aluminum. There's mining. A lot of waste heat and mining processes. Even sulfuric acid plants. So you have chemical plants in sulfuric acid. Interestingly, and this is actually in several use cases. There's actually a lot of different places where the processes, they have to heat something up, and then afterwards they pay to cool it down. I actually can take that heat, cool their process, and create electricity at the same time. So those are kind of the double wins.
Awesome. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you for your time.
That's really interesting. Thank you so much, John. Our next company to present will be Chakra TechWorks. Please welcome them up.
Also need the, thank you. Hello. Okay. Happy Earth Day, everybody. Ooh. All right, so before I start, a question for everybody. How many of you have ever been concerned about plastic waste or microplastics that you have ever seen around yourself? Most everybody. Those who have not raised hand, I'll talk to them afterwards. You have a right to be concerned because plastics ends up in landfill or in oceans. Less than 10% of plastics across the globe are recycled and ends up in landfill and wreaking havoc to our planet. But it's not even about our planet anymore because microplastics that come out of these plastics are wreaking havoc to human health and being linked to cardiac. California and other states and even other countries have taken a note and introduced landmark laws banning single-use plastic. But the problem is that there is no plastic alternative that behaves at scale and or performs. So that's what we are solving at Chakra Tech. Chakra Tech, we are reinventing plastics, building biodegradable plastics that disappear in less than 6 months, leaving behind no waste, no microplastics. And they only degrade under specific soil and marine environment, so it's not that they will disintegrate in your hand. Our stack of innovation centers around these microbial platform where they're able to utilize methanol, which is derived from greenhouse gases or other waste feedstocks, into biopolymers through proprietary metabolic engineering systems, which is 5 times more efficient than any known system, enabling 100% recycling efficiency, enabling a carbon negative fermentation process. But the most cool part that I really like about our pipeline is this machine learning paradigm where we can make tunable plastics. We can make tunable polymers to match conventional plastics in properties, completing the circle of carbon or the chakra of carbon. This enables us to go faster, cheaper, better, significant reduction in carbon emissions, and a 10x faster R&D cycle, meaning that we can go to market real fast. Plastics, as you know, is a massive industry. We are focusing on flexible packaging as our beachhead. Quite like saran wrap, but for applications in specialty applications like medical, pharma, naval, and food, through a B2B and licensing play. So this is our go-to-market strategy. We're starting with specialty biomaterials so that we can start with low volume, high premium. Eventually, we want to move into food and packaging. That's our expansion play, and global scaling through licensing. But the timeline has already moved because we have had inbound interest from 6 Fortune 500 companies interested in licensing as early as in our lab scale. So we make it the material at a gram level, but we have tremendous interest from partners across the globe. We have also picked up a number of awards on the way. We were given the Innovation Recognition Award from the California, including the Fortune 500 partnership that I mentioned. Our team is scientists and engineers, chemical engineers with combined experience of more than 100 years in bringing technology from lab to market. I'm a PhD chemical engineer with 20 years of experience across chemical engineering to biology. And plastic waste is something deeply personal to me because plastic waste during monsoon season in the small town where I grew up would flood the community. And this is a story not unique to me, but 200 million other people. We are also fortunate to have, backed by advisory committee, Jeff, who has done successful exits, and Jim Lambright, the former CEO of U.S. Exports and Imports Bank, who has also led the $700 billion bailout package for the U.S. financial crisis. So we are fortunate to have a tremendous leader guiding our merger and acquisition strategy with these companies that we're working with. So we currently are on the bench scale. We have demonstrated a proof of concept. We are working on provisional patents right now, as well as looking at scaling the medical grade polymer. We are working on the pre-seed round of $1.5 million, going towards strain optimization as well as scale up for our operations. Plastics and microplastics are a defining crisis for our generation. Our planet deserves better, our health deserves better, and our future deserves better. Hope you'll join us in our journey in making plastics disappear, and I invite you in joining our mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ravi. That's very interesting. I want to get into some of the economics, which were glazed over here. You know, to get this to commercial scale, what are you imagining in terms of CapEx when you're going up against some competition like Danimer that have deeper pockets for something like this? And then what do marginal economics look like at scale, including what are your feedstocks and supply for this?
So, excellent question. So Danimer Scientific uses agricultural feedstock, soybean oil. We are proposing methanol. Are we looking at? To build your own facility, you're looking at easy $70 to $100 million at least. So this is where we come in. We want to take a capital asset light approach. We want to work with contract manufacturers to get started. That's part one. But we are also very fortunate, and I cannot disclose the name of the Fortune 500 partner that we're working with. Think about top 5 largest fermentation company. They want to work with us on scale, but they don't have the innovation. We got the innovation line. Makes for an excellent partnership to overcome some of those barriers. Thank you so much for the question.
Marginal economics?
So unit economics, right. So unit economics compared to the, as I mentioned, so Danimer, roughly $7 to $8 a kilo. We can be about $5 a kilo. This is still quite a bit high compared to if you think about polypropylene or traditional plastics, which sells for $1 a kilo. That's why when we come into the specialty grade, we are looking at $10,000 a kilo. So what we don't have for scale, we can go for high premium, and nobody else in the world can make that polymer. So that gives us the initial beachhead and way to succeed.
This is really interesting. I'm curious about as you look at the IP side of it. You have provisional patents. How does that actually look for you at this moment? And then the follow-on is, what do you see your greatest challenge in this, from here to where you need to go?
So the first question regarding patents. So the flywheel of innovation that we have built, actually we can generate, so we have already 10 plus model organisms, 7 of additional isolates that we have built in-house, and we can predict all the conventional plastics through our machine learning pipeline. That gives us a permutation of more than 300 plus systems that we can generate, but we cannot keep up, we cannot protect it, and it doesn't seem like it's a good idea to just cast a wider net. So our strategy is we start with trade secret to begin with. With the medical grade, we are going immediately because the company has also expressed interest in building, their CVC arm is interested and they can scale. So that's what the set we are focusing initially on, and then as we expand towards broader commodity market. So actually for last 2 years, we were primarily focused on commodity side, carbon negative biopolymers. That's not a good value prop anymore. So the commodity thing commodity play would still take a longer time. We are not quite ready for that yet. So we have to wait that out. We have to get cash flow positive and reinvest. That's the only path that I see for that to succeed. That's a large market eventually, but I think we just have to wait. It's a waiting game for us now because we are a bit ahead on the timing curve.
So the cash flow positive is actually a great pivot to my question. I'm curious about, when I was looking at your team, you're starting with marine and pharma, and you mentioned that you already have a contract with the naval, but I didn't see anyone on your team that's like heavy on the sales side or that comes from the pharma industry. So I'm just curious how you plan to break into that sales cycle to like get to cash flow positive.
Yeah. see, I come from a very small town. My mom used to sell clothes. One lesson that she was like, I don't care about your research. We need to get cash flow positive every day, right? That's what she teaches me. So we already were cash flow positive in our initial period. That was through consulting. We are consulting to these Fortune 500 companies. They have come to us. This is inbound interest from 6 Fortune 500 companies. So whatever we sell, so right now we are able to produce gram amount. They're paying us the top dollar to sell that. So that's how we are getting started, and this is something that's built in our ethics. We have to get cash flow positive at every time, every single gram we make, gram, 10 gram, 100 gram, kilo, we have that locked down. That's the primary focus for us. And then eventually, then we have hundreds of millions of dollars. But you got to start small.
Hey, Ravi, thank you for the presentation. My question is going to be primarily around your proprietary stack here. There's a lot of biodegradable plastics companies out there. What kind of makes you kind of stand out from those competitions that you guys have? Is there more around like the crops you guys use or farmers that you guys?
The biggest challenge, actually, this is an insight from 300 plus customer discovery interviews. A couple of them have even worked with those larger companies like Danimer Scientific. The materials don't perform at scale. So that's the single biggest limitation that other people have that we are solving on. We are reverse engineering, so that's one. We have been able to integrate different workflows, as I mentioned, machine learning to quickly tell how fast can we build the material, so that's one. The other part is that biomanufacturing stack that I mentioned. So we have the highest carbon utilizing microbes. That's people are at about 20% efficiency. We are pushing to, even if let's say we can't hit 100%, we're at about 90% at the best. So this is a real advantage for us. And the third is in feedstock. So what's the feedstock of future? If people are going to move away from fossil fuel as feedstocks, which is an argument, also agricultural feedstocks, which not every country can use, as you can imagine, people have large populations to feed. The feedstock for future is methanol, and that's the other play that comes into for us. So it's integration of these together that we are doing very well, plus the customer discovery. We take the customer interview very seriously, and we build the features accordingly.
I have one follow-up question.
Yeah.
Methanol is not hedgeable. So getting the methanol is actually, I'd like to know more about how you're actually going to get it.
Right now we are able to use both sugar and methanol, but we are also working with partners like India, which is pushing on the clean methanol economy. But we don't even need clean methanol at this point. We can start with gray methanol. So there are a variety of supply chain considerations at this point. Thank you so much.
I may have to start taking my checkbook out and start writing some investments myself. So our next company is Downland. Let's welcome her up.
Everyone, my name is Jessie Resch, rhymes with fresh. I'm the founder and CEO of Downland. Downland helps farmers and landowners pass down their land to the next generation. We are building fintech for business succession. When I first started this work, I cold called hundreds of landowners every week for 6 months. And I learned that they are worried about what happens to their legacy. And that's because $24 trillion of farmland will change hands. The question is how and to whom. That's 1.5 million farms, about 70% of the farms in the US that are going to change hands whether the farmers want to or not. The average age of a farmer in the US and in many places globally is about 58 years old. That means they're facing these really tough and impending decisions, but the succession planning process today is expensive and complicated, and it's hard to know where to start. And Downland is solving that problem. We're building financial services software that helps farmers do the 3 things they need to pass their land down from one generation to the next. We help the younger generation and the older generation get ready, match, and transact. Our MVP today helps young and beginning farmers build their business plan. The business plan that they want to run in the future is the succession plan for the next generation. Those folks can match based on those people and plans, and ultimately building to use voice-driven AI technology to generate the contracts needed to make that transaction move forward. Those successors become entrepreneurs, and that's how we do well and do good. With no additional requirements, young people want to be managing and stewarding land in a more sustainable and regenerative way. 83% of aspiring young farmers and beginning farmers want to use soil health and regenerative practices. They just need land to do it. And by the way, as they take on those businesses and look to grow their wealth through entrepreneurship, through acquisition, we enable business ownership in USDA rural zones and can build on that impact. We make $5. Customers are paying for that matching transaction today, and we're building out our MVP to build out that platform and unlock recurring revenue in the future. We've grown our waitlist to over 9,000 farmers and beginning aspiring farmers by meeting them in the places and through the people they already know and trust. Things like going into those rural communities, shaking hands at events, lots of word of mouth conversation that's happening around the work we're doing, and partnering with organizations that farmers and landowners already trust so that we can enable them as we build out that platform to have these conversations directly. That conversation to contract goes way beyond the farm. Over the next several decades, the silver tsunami is coming, and many businesses will be changing hands. And Downland is set up to help facilitate that transaction, both with those young farmers, small-scale farms today, and other small businesses here and globally in the future. We have got the best team in the field. The pun is fully intended. Thank you for indulging me in it. We bring over 100 years of agriculture and technology experience. I am the CEO. I have 15 years of financial services experience, 6 years in startup executive roles. My last company hit number 10 in financial services on the Inc. 5000 list. I'm joined by experts in agriculture, finance, ranching, soil health, legal and real estate, and many more expertise areas relevant to what we're doing, including Zach Deschanel, the former Farm Service Agency Administrator. And we're ready to dig in. We've already secured institutional investment and have room for a few more angel checks in the work that we're doing as we work to scale up our MVP, build out the features that our customers have told us they want, and take this to market. Thank you so much, y'all. Again, I'm Jessie Resch with Downland.
Hi, Jesse. Thank you for your presentation. So I'm going to kick this off for us. You're actually in a very niche market here. So I know you mentioned a couple times on your go-to-market strategy, but how do you scale from here?
Yeah, I think there's a few ways that Downland can scale, both doing what we are dealing with this succession problem in France, Australia, the UK. So this is very much a global problem that we can be set up to solve.
Thank you so much, Jesse. My question actually piggybacks on David. So you mentioned you have 9,000 on your wait list. I have two questions. One, I'm curious what the percentage of that is aspiring farmers, because I can see a lot of people being excited about that versus actual farmers that are looking to pass down. That's my first question.
Yeah, and I would divide that into thirds. About 1/3 of that are farmers who are looking for successors or succession plans to be put in place, people we've met at events and through word of mouth. I would say another third is the white-collar professional who's looking to touch grass, who aspires to maybe retiring on a hobby farm or homestead someday and doesn't quite know where to start. And the other third are beginning farmers who have some agricultural experience or other outdoor work experience. There are lots of farm nonprofits, about almost 30,000 across the country, where folks are coming out of these programs. Veterans often come out of this outdoor work, outdoor firefighters who don't have a great opportunity in their career to proceed. And so that's an opportunity for us to partner, add people who are great at doing the field skills with the business skills so they're ready to be successors and entrepreneurs.
And that was actually going to be my second question. It seems like there's a lot of upskilling that's required, which is expensive. You're paying for people's labor and time. So I'm curious, are you selling this as a SaaS product? Or are you selling it like a consultant? You're providing education and upskilling for these potential farmers?
Yeah, our platform is built on the 4 pillars that qualify for the USDA Farm and Loan Program, one of which is management training and readiness. We are not the people who should teach you how to farm, but we are connected with many people who are and can be the...
I'm frightened. All you've done is completely frighten me with the status of what's happening to the global farming community. But I'm also curious, since it's such a huge issue for everyone, there must be sort of governmental entities that must be thinking about this as well, and or large entities that would see this as an opportunistic moment in the space. And so what does the competition for you look like in terms of competing against people that have money, resources to simply be opportunistic, and then align that with a $75,000 sales budget?
And I think that's a great question. The national security issue that I don't think we talk about enough is that we haven't been able to grow enough food to feed ourselves in this country for the last 2 or 3 years. We've become a net importer of food, and so keeping these small farms online is a crucial part of our national security in the future. In terms of continuing to connect and innovate here, we are unique in that we are farmer focused and farmer first. So other competitors in this space, the Legal Karma, Legal Zoom, Trust and Will, those folks are good at estate planning, not so good at doing it for the complexities of farms and farm assets and the differentiation of things like mineral rights and water rights and deed restrictions that you have to be mindful of. The other piece that we are uniquely suited to is connecting people to other opportunities to keep their farm a farm over the long term. As they think about what is the goal for my farm and how do I take that into the future, we've had early conversations with groups that need access to land, sustainable fuel developers, ingredient developers, and who face difficulties getting into those rural communities and making those connections. And I think that's a place where we differentiate, is not ignoring the fact that this is a people-first business and being really willing to show up in those communities in and through the channel partners they already know and trust. Think the Nebraska Cattlemen's Association, Georgia Cattlemen's Association. They're coming to my company and asking how they can have this conversation or better equip their teams to have it.
Thanks so much, Jesse. I love how you 3 questions, and I'll ask them one by one so you don't have to remember.
Thank you.
What's the value proposition at an emotional level to the farmer? What gets them to open their relatively stiff wallets to pay for something like this?
Yeah, when I talk to, and part of what Downland really thinks about this problem is we embed value-based questions and behavior change readiness in part of how we have that conversation. Today, as we've been preparing for that voice AI-enabled transcription and conversation contract, we're recording these conversations. As far as I know, we have the largest recorded database of end-of-life conversations that exists. If anyone knows of one, I would like to dig into it more, haven't found it yet. And so there's a few key motivators for people who are trying to keep their farm a farm. Family legacy and tradition is a big piece of that. A conservation mindset, particularly for those who have invested in regenerative transition already and don't want to see that work go to the wayside. There's often a spiritual, religious motivation that comes up for people in staying connected to the land and seeing it behave how nature intended for it to. And so when we have those themes be top of conversation, that's the why, and that's how you get past besides through some of the messiness and initial hurdles. And then the ease of transacting. The really difficult problem today is you have to drive into town, go sit across the desk from an attorney's. You can't start to have this conversation over the phone in the flow of what you're already doing and where you like to be.
The second part of my question is, what feedback are you getting from customers and what pivots have you had to make so far in response to that?
Yeah, the feedback I get from customers is they hear that Downland helps farmers pass down their land, work on succession, and they roll their head back and say, oh, that's so important. I'm glad you're working on that, because it's a very fractured market. You hope that the person who did it last generation, the attorney, isn't dead or retired. A lot of that tribal knowledge is being lost, and we're
of AI, anyone else from coming in, developing a platform like this and creating the same accessibility?
Yeah, the barriers in terms of technological deployment are not the hard part. The barriers are in terms of the relationship and go-to-market strategy. I think our value-based focus and behavior change focus is also a really key differentiator, because these are very human decisions that we're making, but we can make those transactions easier. As we build that database of conversations and other business plans for what different versions of the farm of the future looks like, we can also really open up innovative ways and relationships for people to keep their farm a farm as they think about what are the diversified enterprises that I need on my land to keep that going in the future. Great, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. And our last but not least company, sorry, I'm just trying to fix, is Mermaid Energy.
All right, if you thought you were scared before. So, I'm Christy Shaw, and I am with Mermaid Energy. My background is I have a doctorate in oceanography and a master of public health, and I have spent years of post-academic life working on renewable natural gas development, and I've decided to use that time best used towards sargassum, which, if you go to the Caribbean, this is what you want to see, this is what you expect to see, this is what I want my grandchildren to see when they hopefully travel and enjoy this pristine, beautiful region. Unfortunately, we have a problem. Sargassum was introduced to the Caribbean approximately in 2010. Since that time, it has grown, I won't say quite exponentially, but it's grown in a way that we've gone from 10 million tons to 12 million tons, kind of evened out at 20 million tons a year in the ocean. And now we are, last year it doubled to 40 million tons. It ends up on beaches. It causes significant public health concerns for the folks that live on these islands. They are being exposed to chronic hydrogen sulfide and ammonia gases. Those are toxic gases. People have to leave their homes. We've had schools that have had to close. Women go into preterm labor from these chronic exposures. It causes neurological, cardiovascular, and respiratory problems. This is a real problem. Not only that, these islands are completely dependent on tourism. And once you start to lose your tourist population, it's very hard to get it back. And people, you know, we're in a social community now. Everyone talks, everyone shares their pictures. It's very hard to get people back after you've lost them. And this is absolutely the worst case scenario for this region. It's also been estimated that Florida is experiencing $3.6 billion a year in everything from tourism disruption, fishery disruption, and municipalities having to clean up the sargassum on the beach. So right now, this is the solution in many parts of the Caribbean. It's manual, it is land machinery that's really hard on the beaches. And the problem is once it gets to shore, it's already decomposing at that point. The hydrogen sulfide and ammonia gases have already started to impact the communities. This is a public health issue. It's creating all sorts of harms ecologically. We need to do something with it before this point. So this is where Mermaid Energy comes in. So we are proposing to do something different from what a number of other companies are doing in this space. We are proposing we will harvest it. We will be on a platform where we can do initial dewatering and maceration, and then we can go ahead and start to take care of the issues it has, like high arsenic content. That also ends up in your water and in your sand. So we want to make sure before it gets there, we're taking care of it. We're also doing a biostimulant extraction, and we are harvesting wet alginates. The last piece of this is we push it through, and we are doing a biocrude production, which we are targeting to sell back into the islands from microgrid supplies. We would be able to produce a very used in microgrids on the resort scale. So it's really important to know that these biostimulants, these seaweeds are out in the open ocean collecting all of the things that terrestrial plants actually need. So if we take the biostimulants out of the ocean and give them to terrestrial plants, we start to actually create a more resilient agricultural situation. The materials that we're pulling out of the extracts are PFAS-free materials, and we're having multiple conversations at this moment with different offtakes. And that renewable fuel, again, helps the island communities to really successfully create an island 100% renewable transition. So we're hitting a number of major targets here. Public health being an important one for me, taking care of our beaches and the ocean, incredibly important. Clean materials, So thank you for being here today, and thanks for listening.
Thank you for that presentation, Christy. My question is going to be primarily around the countries they're going to be working with in the Caribbeans. What are they currently doing right at this age?
So depending on where you are seeing the harvest, so like let's say in Mexico, you've got a very placid area there for water. So a lot of those areas, if you have a resort that's right there that can afford to do the type of cleanup, you might have a situation where they're doing netting and booming with collecting it there and then bringing it. A lot of times it's either going for some sort of production or it's going to landfill. Unfortunately, with a lot of the islands, it's going to landfill still. Other places, they wait until it comes on shore entirely and then they're raking. I mean, even in Florida right now, that is the practice. They are out first thing with tractors. It disappears before anyone sees it. And so that's kind of common practice right now. So I personally think that there's a different way to do this where we're actually collecting it before it ever gets too close to the islands. The other islands, like let's say down further south into, around Barbados and Dominica, we're dealing with more high energy waters there. So that's a different type of harvest. And I think, personally, I think the way we handle that is we work with local fishermen who work with us because they know their waters.
I have an additional follow-up question. This is probably going to be more from my knowledge, but I think you mentioned sargassum increased or started in 2010. What is the main reasons for that?
Thanks for asking that. I missed that. So there was a climate anomaly in 2010 where we had a shift in currents, and it's based upon climate change. So as far as we know, there's some different hypotheses, but the one that's really holding is that introduced sargassum down into the Caribbean region. It now goes all the way out to Africa, follows the hurricane belt. It's been shown now that what's really driving the bus is that the overall ocean circulation has slowed, which is driving trade winds, which is driving deep ocean phosphorus, which unfortunately means this is not something that we're going to be able to turn the spigot on and off from very easily. Like I said, we've gone up.
Thank you so much. This was very interesting. I had no idea that it was so toxic, considering how much is in Cancun.
I'm sorry.
So my question, do you have an MVP built yet?
So what we're actually wanting to do, and I've done this specifically, I want to take technology that is known. There's a whole unknown to the fact that there's this much seaweed out in the ocean and how, so I am taking known technology, known extractions for biostimulants, and we're working with biostimulant offtakes that, they can tell me, we want this spec. We're going to meet that spec. Same thing for the biopolymers that we can extract. It's a known technology. And then the last piece, hydrothermal liquefaction, we've worked with DOE on it. So, they use that now currently. We're matching to spec for like the type and the size of reactor we can buy. So nothing is new on this ship, and that makes it not so exciting, but at the same time, we know we can actually deploy it.
And what about the technology to just extract?
So for the technology to extract, I mean, it's not super complex. You can use household chemicals like lemons and sodium hydroxide, so baking soda, to do some of these extractions. So it's actually incredibly safe to be doing out on the ocean as
Yet.
Oh,
sorry, that's my question.
No, no, we have not built any of this because right now where we're at is getting the specs for where we need to, what our targets are that we need to hit. From there, we'll be able to say, okay, this is the size that we need. Here's how much input we're going to need for chemicals or hot water or what have you. And then we're going to work with naval architecture to figure out exactly what that looks like to put on a ship.
All near and dear to my heart, but I think it's actually much greater than the area that you said geographically. I see it all the way up the coast. I have a home in Maine, and we have this same issue there. And I understand that the technologies exist that you can take off the shelf and apply to this business. Is your thesis that you can make the economics work to do this without having to create yet more cost, that you can self-sustain this business?
Yes. So I spent about 10 years in renewable natural gas development. and I learned a lot of lessons. So one of the first lessons is it has to be able to pay for itself without any additionalities and at base cost. So any of the offtakes here, or we are talking about, this is a super high level, not, there's nothing premium about what we're going to be paid, including in the diesel, fossil fuel prices. So what we've designed is something that will basically pay itself back. There's and I'm going to butcher how I say this because I am not a financial, the EBITDA, a 55% at the very base. We can also, if we were getting a slightly more, we could actually have one of these paid off, which are about 27 million to be full in about a year. And then we can start to stack our, so we're planning to process 50,000 tons per module. And then we can stack those and maybe have 2 of those modules operating on any one small island, larger islands. And the main important thing here is we want to be able to harvest and process an amount that is meaningful for public health. So if 10% of what's out in the open ocean is what is actually coming into the islands, we want to have a harvest and processing situation that is actually able to say, we're not locked down on any one site.
2 sort of follow-up questions are related, but when you mentioned that this is non-PFAS, it's a big deal. You mentioned it could be used as a fertilizer, it sounds like, which currently most land-applied material has PFAS all in it. Another scary topic. But so I'm curious: does this for the fertilizer component? Are you still processing that into a biofuel, or is that a separate process?
So for the fertilizer, so none of these are exclusive one of another. So it's part of the cascade. So the first piece we take out of it is the biostimulant, and that can be used for agriculture. It actually helps to offset some of the nitrogen use as well. Then you have the next process, and then the biofuels at the end. So we don't have to give up one for the other.
And the fishing industry, you're going to want to collaborate with them.
Sorry.
Wow, let's do another round of applause over there for all 4. I mean, we have ag tech, ocean tech, energy tech, circular economy and plastics. I mean, we're touching all industries. It's not just wind and solar. And I think it's getting a little hot in here, Shout out to Nelly, and I don't mean Nelly or global warming. I mean, there's a lot of competition. So, judges, you guys did a great job. We have 4 amazing innovators. You guys now have some time to figure out who our winners are going to be. Everybody else, the 2026 EarthX Climate Tech Prize winner. Thank you. Mic 1. Welcome back to Dallas, Texas. So, how was it? Do we have a consensus? Uh-oh. Wait, that was my fault. All right. Welcome back to Dallas, Texas at Earthx 2026 for the 2026 Climate Tech Prize Finals. Judges, you guys took a lot of time. It means there were a lot of good companies. Do we have a consensus? All right. First, before we announce the winner, I'm going to tell you a little story and just delay the process a little further. But first, I actually do want to do a special thank you to Mass Challenge for your sponsorship. Earthx is a nonprofit, and we are able to do our programs thanks to all the sponsors we have here. They have time, grit. They sacrifice family time. They sacrifice time from other professional opportunities because they're not just trying to make money and trying to build a business. They're actually improving the world. So thank you to our 4 entrepreneurs. I'm actually going to call you guys up to come up on stage. And one by one, as they come up, let's please give them an extra round of applause. So first, from Austin, Texas, ATS Energy, Jonathan Candy. Let's invite from San Diego, California, Ravi Chalwa from Chakra Technology, TechWorks. From Austin, Texas, Jesse Roche from Downland. And from the land of crab cakes and football, Easton, Maryland, Christy Shaw from Mermaid Energy. Let's do one more round of applause for these 4 entrepreneurs. And now the moment that we've been waiting for. The winner of the 2026 Earthx Climate Tech Prize Finals is Chakra Tech. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody. That concludes the 2026 Earthx Climate Tech Prize and the 2026 eCapital Summit. We'll see you next year in April. Thank you, guys.
And we are here at Earthx2026 in Dallas, Texas, and the beautiful commitment to preserving the natural world is integrated into markets, into culture, into community. I have with me, and I hope I get this right, His Lordship, Marquis, Felipe, Fernández, Salvador, and a whole bunch more that I don't know. But this gentleman right here is representing the Embassy of Nature. Tell me about what the Embassy of Nature means and how did you come about endeavoring in this project?
Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for the space and thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here.
Sir.
Speaking on behalf of TION, the Embassy of Nature, which is an institution created to represent globally the rights of nature in politics.
Wow.
And the rights of nature in economy. I believed that it was important to give a voice to nature in the modern stage.
Right.
On a decentralized way, right? With a very specific agenda. We want all countries in the world to accept in their constitutions the rights of nature, but not for free.
Not for free, let's go.
Nothing for free is good. Right. So we are working also on an economical agenda for nature, which will be the tradable asset for the recognition of nature as an actor.
The species, the personhood for the forest. What kind of precedents have you been following? Has this kind of law been enacted before?
Yes, sir. I was born in a beautiful country, the most biodiverse country in the world, called Ecuador.
Ecuador.
And this country adopted, for the first time in history, an historical situation.
Yes, sir.
The country gave constitutional rights to nature as an equal to human beings under our Constitution of 2008.
Wow.
So this triggered my inspiration to create the Embassy of Nature as a decentralized government for nature that will push the agenda to have nature as a subject of law in every constitution of the world, but under one context: environmental capitalism. We're taking nature to a natural next frontier, which is capital markets of the world. And we are, while doing so, bringing economic benefits to every nation through a concept we call cultural capitalism, which is now playing a big part on different countries and continents in the world. And now we're working to have the USA be also represented in that way.
See, I like that, because what you're doing is you're saying, I'm assigning an economic consequence to nature, right?
Correct.
And there is a way in which you do that by giving it a legal voice. So my curiosity is thus, I'm wondering how you make sure that people don't exploit that capital. How do you make sure that nature remains protected so that people don't simply commodify and objectify nature? What are the safeguards?
Simple. There's nothing sustainable if it's not profitable.
Okay.
So we work on the margins, we work on the finance, we work on structuring financial products that compete with extractive, working on making nature give you the best profit in that market. So we're not against anything. I think we are just working towards the values of humanity.
I see.
So that we go to the right values, and we should be evaluating tangibly life.
Yeah.
This is what our ancestors came to the world with. We have drifted apart a little bit, which was a natural consequence, and now we have to get back to it, and that's where culture plays a big role, because identity and the concept of cultural capitalism comes with the fact that we have to portray ourselves as part of nature and not be a part of it. So all this cultural capitalism comes with bringing countries with the jewels of nature into the biggest scenarios of the global agenda,
Yes,
and
sir.
making people fall in love of the identity of these countries or continents by exhibiting the surrealistic nature that involves also humans, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. We're
And
part-
taste, and the taste of food, and the taste of air, and everything that we feel as magical from our born geographical area of the world, which we now in Westphalia call countries.
Yeah, right. So when I think about giving personhood to nature and understanding that it is a living being, that it has intrinsic value, that sounds like indigenous values that I've heard about. How are indigenous communities embracing this? Have you guys been talking to
the luckiness of being born into a family of explorers and treasure hunters. So since a very early age, I was living among nature because my father will take me to the expeditions in the Andes or in the Amazon. And through that, I was able also to interact with a lot of uncontacted tribes and semi-contacted tribes since I'm 11 years old.
Wow.
That helped me to create a cosmovision that only living among nature for extended periods of times with people that still do observation and live with what I call the natural intelligence, fed in my brain, perhaps at that early age, the path to my destiny, which was being the voice of these people that are living as part of nature and bringing Dion to be able to constitute a governance framework for the future of nature in our society as an actor and subject of law.
That's a beautiful thing. I really feel that spirit, that the indigenous cultures have informed how we should frame nature as something that has the kind of value that we actually need to be able to see in like modern terms, right? And the modern term that you're interpreting nature's value through is the market. And so I'm wondering, have you had any pushback? Has there been any resistance? Do people like the idea of giving nature?
Dreaming of a new world.
Right.
They get afraid, as they were afraid once when we abolished, in English, I'm trying to find the word, esclavitud, slavery.
Yep.
When we abolished slavery, we were afraid because we were entering into a new system. And many people were afraid, and I'm saying we just because representing humanity. But that event was the catalyzer for a true industrial revolution. So imagine the day that we do the same thing with abolishing slavery on nature and with AI, and what AI can help us do to what we have been disconnected for too long, which is exploring divinity through natural intelligence.
Natural intelligence.
This is where we are tapped of semi-contacted and not contacted communities, which I hold direct communication through many nations of indigenous people around the Amazon and the Andes.
That's beautiful. So you're using AI, did I hear you correct?
Yes, sir.
And so what AI is doing is essentially, is it doing mapping? Is it quantifying? Tell me the role that AI plays
So
in the business.
imagine something, I'm going to put an example. A long time ago, not that far, but some years ago, in Japan, there was a problem with the trains. Different way, the Japanese, with that natural intelligence. They consulted a mushroom. They planted a mushroom and they figured out how the mushroom started to find its way on the problem.
Oh, wow.
And through that, they solved the problem.
Wow.
So the best way I can explain it, I guess, is through this same thing. Imagine if we use the power of AI to explore the natural intelligence and understand it in the highest level possible.
Right.
what we will be able to reach as a human civilization for the purpose of life and for the purpose of progress.
Wow. So AI is essentially doing the work of exploring without destroying the natural world. You can, with these AI systems, get to a place where you don't have to clear cut, you don't have to dig up, and you don't have to displace. You can actually just use these models. So is it satellite assisted? Are you using imagery from outer space?
Well, that's actually another subject, but yes, in order to be able to monetize what we call the concept of environmental capitalism, we will be assisted by, obviously, AI, sensors, and monitoring on real time through satellites, right?
Yeah.
Because what you can measure precisely and what you can monitor at real time,
Yeah.
you can monetize, right? When you monetize that and you turn it into a rated security, then we forget this, whatever we're doing there. And that's the last frontier, taking nature to the capital markets of the world and ringing that bell in the New York Stock Exchange for life.
Got you. So I've heard that you're a filmmaker. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you be able to tell us about some of the films that you've made?
I will attribute it to a very good friend. He passed away. His name was Robert Blalock. He won the first Oscar for the special effects, which he invented with his team with the Star Wars.
Oh, wow.
And he was my neighbor in Paris, and he encouraged me to explore politics through cinema.
Oh, wow.
I was never interested in being a politician. I'm still not.
Right.
But I am very invested in creating a political framework to have nature be with us at the global stage of decision making. So it was my path to be able to understand many things, that our whole reality, it's a stage place where we can play and do our efforts to create realities.
Right.
And that's, I think, what inspired me. Of course, I've done many movies. I've worked recently with the indigenous tribe of the Wauranis, which are the last defenders of nature in the Amazon.
Okay.
They are almost extinct. It's a matriarch community of women. And since they don't write or read, I created a movie, which is an anthropological documentary to preserve their identity through generations so they don't lose that natural knowledge and cosmovision. And I'm happy to say we're going to be premiering that film, which is almost that long, for preserving their identity and their culture and their knowledge for prosperity of the world. So I do this type of films. Life has been very generous with me to provide relationships with a bunch of really amazing filmmakers that work with me. Most of them have won Oscars.
Wow.
So we are building movies, but we are building movies also in the metaphysical reality of the world, because we are working with them on Embassy of Nature events to promote the culture and the identity of different countries of the world in different stages of the world, which you probably have seen on the news or on the internet, I guess. And now we are doing that on the big league, because we're working on the Casa of the USA to propose an identity in the world of the USA that nobody has ever seen. Those corners of nature that nobody has seen on the movies or in the magazines, and certainly doesn't bring too much tourism, but that identity of the people that live mostly connected in the US with this nature, and that nature will be portrayed very soon in the world stage for people to watch.
You all, this has been beautiful, and I'm so inspired by you taking steps with the Embassy of Nature to really put it out there that nature is a living being. It deserves a place at the table politically economically, and into the future. And what you're doing is amazing work. And where can we find the Embassy of Nature online? Is there a website?
Yes, sir. We have the Embassy of Nature altogether.org.
Okay.
And soon we're going to be launching a new platform that we will let you know in the right time. We're having a lot of traction. It looks like we're going to be moving to the South Pacific.
Nice.
To put a capital of the Embassy of Nature there.
Wow.
And we're very excited about it.
His Lordship, Mr. X, you're going to find people who are on the front lines changing policy, using AI, using robotics, and making sure that we change culture so that this planet that we live on is finally centered in a way that causes preservation to happen automatically. So keep it locked right here. I'm Theo E.J. Wilson, and we'll see you in just a minute. Thank you. All right, man. Good stuff, sir.
Pleasure to meet you.
Sir. Apologize. That's what I was looking for. Okay, cool. Then I'm just going to run it again. For sure. Yes, sir. And we are back here at Earthx 2026 at the beautiful Hilton, who are making strides in creating personhood for nature and making sure that we design systems that enable recycling to be a whole lot easier and user-friendly. But who I have today, with me here today, is from Circle Day America. This is my friend Manisha, and she is doing some amazing things when it comes to AI and making sure that we optimize how we quantify nature and kind of putting it out there so that regions and people who are in charge of ecosystems have exact and precise data on what to do to enhance Mother Nature. Manisha, thank you so much for being here today. I know you had a busy day, you going all over the place right now, but you made some time for little us at EarthX.
It's been an absolute pleasure, Randy. Daigwe, Johar, always have to say hello from all of my ancestors to yours.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to really try to connect what we've been learning at Program Earth, where I've served as the executive director for the last 3 years as Is the mic okay?
Yeah. Sorry. Well, he's Randy. He's Theo. It's okay. It's not a problem. That's good. All right.
I wasn't going to correct you, but I'm Theo, but I wasn't going to say nothing. I was just going to let it happen. It's all good.
No.
Yeah, right.
I
All
apologize.
right. No, you all good, love? So, all the way to the top?
Yeah, it's tough because we're so close.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we're so close. And again, even though he's on camera first, you are as well because we're sending master shots. So just again, being engaged. All right. So we're rolling still. And we're back in 3, 2.
And we are here today at the lovely Hilton Anatole Hotel in Dallas, Texas. This is EarthX 2026. We've been talking to all sorts of innovators, people who are on the cutting edge of making a difference for creating a sustainable world. And right now I've got somebody who has been running all over the place, and she just decided to make a little bit of time for us here at EarthX. And this is my friend Manisha Priyadarshini, and she is doing some amazing work when it comes to the ability for AI to quantify the natural world. And when we talk about making sure that we have data that is viable, she maximizes ROI and a whole bunch of other stuff. So tell me about the work that you're doing, Manisha, and about Circle Day America.
Theo, it's an absolute pleasure to share the experiences from all of the learning we've done at Program Earth for the last 7 years, quantifying, talking to communities, and really covering data sets that we like to call AI as an ancestral intelligence.
Oh, well, let's go ancestral intelligence. Okay, I like that.
So a lot of what I spent my time at GitHub, which was the co-pilot for developers and the AI for developers, was helping CTOs quantify the ROI because of the productivity happening when we have large swaths of developer behavior informing AI. And what we noticed was when we were able to take 110 million developers' behavior, our AI got more sophisticated.
Yes, it would.
And what we noticed in the nature space was that AI has a hallucination rate of 17 to 40%.
Hold on. No, look. First of all, I don't need my AI hallucinating. I need you to break down to me, what does it look like when you find out that AI is hallucinating? What does that actually mean when it comes to the data that you're acquiring?
So what that means is watershed management plans are inaccurate, and people might not find that out until a particular ecoregion. And so with that, we decided to take the question to people who have been observing nature the longest, who have been stewarding biodiversity in the largest scale, and that happens to be indigenous communities.
Shout out to indigenous communities. Yes, ma'am.
And indigenous communities steward 80% of the world's biodiversity.
Wow.
And so what began as simple data visualization of showing the impacts of how reforestation can be accelerated by 3 times, or wildfire mitigation can be de-risked by 50%, slowly became part of a larger pipeline to inform AI models for water quality divisions for different states.
Gotcha. Okay, no, so literally you're doing the actual real data, the raw data that lets us know if we're being effective at all. And so I kind of want to know more about your organizations, because you told me about the parent organization. Is that the parent umbrella for Circle Day America? Like, tell me what these words mean.
Yeah, so Program Earth definitely sits on the advisory for the larger Circle Day America organization.
Okay, so that's the larger organization, and Program Earth is the one that you're more directly in charge of.
Correct.
Got you.
Yeah, and so Program Earth, you know, if I were to give a one-liner, we work on different nature-based solutions being modeled through AI by indigenous communities. And we do that in the United States, in Brazil, in India, and really there's, like, what we realized is a lot of the data sets that a lot of nature AI models are missing are from indigenous communities. And they cover some of the most remote regions in the world. We were able to uncover in California with the Klamath River was, so the California Water Board was like, okay, we think we need to dredge some of these wetlands because they're contributing a lot of methane into the air.
Okay.
And that sounds like a really good idea, right? Like they're these huge producers of methane, we should dredge them, no more methane. However, nature is not very linear. It's actually very cyclical. And so the Hoopa communities quickly informed us that the wetlands are actually where salmon spawn.
Oh.
And the thing about salmon is they also return end of life exactly where they spawned.
Wow.
And when they come back, they're coming back with marine-derived nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. And the land there and the native plants there that are fire resilient are actually waiting for the salmon to come back.
Oh, wow. So basically what you did was you stopped people who wanted to be do-gooders and talked to the people who actually know how to do good.
And turns out doing good is $110 billion of wildfire resilience.
Wow. In California, I think that will be very much appreciated.
And so, you know, originally the plan that was proposed was stating that they would be, you know, getting back $4 to $6 billion a year for the next 10 years. And so quickly that math became, do we want $110 billion worth of wildfire risk? Or do we, you know, want to make an additional 40 to 60 billion, again, very much up in the air. And the math turned out that we keep the wetlands.
Yeah, as we should. And see, I've heard about nature-based AI models before. You're the first one to tell me that they were not being informed by the wisdom of indigenous communities. So thank you for remedying that gigantic hole in the data set, because I know that we need their input for sure. And so now I just kind of want to ask you, like, you know, like, how did you get into this? What was your path in being like, okay?
Our grandparents can be part of them.
Yeah, mine as part of mine, yeah.
And some of my earliest memory is my grandmother, who is a Santhali woman, Santhali indigenous woman, who told me that, you know, my nickname is Mona, so she was like, Mona, we'll know that the world is in trouble if we value our sal grove more when it's cut down than when it's standing.
Wow.
And she was talking definitely to how the sal tree is pertinent to our mangroves and the marine life, but also it's the sacred tie in many of our ceremonies, whether it's marriages, whether it's graduations. And that is a reminder to value nature as if we are also nature. And so a lot of that, when we go looking at nature-based modeling for AI, is how do we keep that continuity?
Right.
And how do we sustain, right, not just a immediate outcome, but how are we making models that could sustain for generations?
Yeah. Okay, so basically, you've been on this path all your life. Like, since your grandmother told you that bit of indigenous wisdom, I'm sure that set your viewpoint and kind of let you know what to look for. And so what was the catalyzing event to have you join and then be ahead of your organization that you are now?
Yeah, so Theo, I like to think that our life is a mosaic leading up to our purpose.
Yeah.
And so...
School for?
I actually went to school for engineering.
Okay.
And I used to do debate. And so then somehow got into climate policy. And then realized that it's not enough to tell people what they can't do. We actually need to build those alternatives.
Gotcha.
And from there, I went to Microsoft. I was helping inform public sector agencies, how they can smoothen that civic engagement, their own AI workflows. And then I realized that as I was helping all of these agencies really visualize the data that helps them inform those decisions, that was when I realized we don't have enough of that bioregional ecological knowledge that are informing our public sector agencies until we figure out a way to bridge that with tribal nations.
Got you. So tell me, what is the difference between the bioregional data sets? I think I know what that means, but I don't really know what it means until you tell me.
Yeah.
So what is bioregional data?
So bioregional data is, I like to give it in examples, but bioregional data is essentially observations of patterns between nature for millennia. So it's the relationships between plants and animals and climate risk events. It's the relationship between, the soil biome and those plants. All of these interconnections of ecosystems through observed behavior for millennia. And a really quick example I can give you and how it's super helpful is a lot of times water quality divisions are coming to us because they're looking for nature-based solutions that replenish water.
Gotcha.
And often the monitoring for those solutions can be really expensive to fund because you're not going to see that return of water for potentially 2 to 3 years. And so in these scenarios, what that bioregional ecological knowledge does is, one, it gives us a head start on where is the most strategic places to apply remediation. Two, what are the biodiversity indicators to know that things are working and are good to go to monitor?
Right.
And then three, what are the compositions of the solutions that would be the most effective?
Okay.
And usually these things could take, for the Colorado River, we would have to start with the San Juan Basin because that contributes 50% of the sediment to the river.
Wow. So yeah, I was wrong about what bioregional data was, and I'm so glad that I asked about what it actually means because, that's why they pay you the big bucks. That's why they pay you the big bucks. What we're saying is that you have expertise and you have a sensitivity to go with that expertise to make sure that you're asking the right questions to the right people. And so now, when I talk about, ROI and what projects are you working on in the future, first of all, are you working with more public or private sector?
It's really a mix of both, Theo. In this moment, we're seeing the public sector funding coming through watershed management plans, and then, we also see watershed management being a priority for any companies that are also dealing with data centers.
Oh, goodness. Don't get us started on that. Yeah, I know that's a big thing. So basically, what I'm trying to figure out is when you talk about, let's go into the data centers thing, because it looks like AI isn't going anywhere unless it's ancestral intelligence, then of course that's a whole different thing. But what are the challenges that you're finding, because they're getting a pretty bad rap. not saying that some of them aren't earned, but there is an effort to redeem those efforts that they're putting forth to, perhaps make their water consumption more sustainable. Are you working on that front?
So Theo, it's funny, they're kind of nested together. So yes, for example, a data center, in order to get started, might take the equivalent of 2 Olympic-sized pools. And that seems like a scary number, but where we can be prescriptive is that if we model the solutions of, let's say, reforestation across 1,000 acres, 1,000 acres within a year of reforestation will all parallel efforts. So if a data center is being open, we've also reforested 2,000 acres before that, and then we will have the equivalent of 2 Olympic-sized pools, which is what it takes to open said data center in the first year.
Okay, so that's in the first year. I was like, is that like per day? Like
in the first year, yeah. And so every year you can expect an Olympic-sized pool based off of 1,000 acres of reforestation.
Really? So that's something that I didn't know, and I think that, because like I used to be a swimmer, so you're putting these things in context for me. Before we go here, is there any project that like you're really, really proud of that is kind of exemplary of the work that you do?
So honestly, I'm super proud of the work that we've been doing in San Juan County.
San Juan County.
Because it is close to a few data centers. Often we think of AI as the problem, but what we've also seen is AI helped model the nature-based solutions needed to replenish that water and create consensus in what would have taken 7 to 10 years to 1 to 2.
Wow. So the very AI centers that everybody is against is also creating the kind of roadmap to make sure that they can be sustainable by working with nature and not against it.
So as much as I would love to, credit AI, I also want to credit ancestral intelligence here.
Yeah, that version of AI. Big AI, right.
Because without the Ute, Mountain Ute, and the Southern Ute telling us where to put those amendments and also look at which sorts of indicators, we would not have been able to rush to those results in the way that we had. Oh, wow. And I think the artificial intelligence AI really helped speed the process in terms of calculating those ROIs, getting all of those briefs and policy, data centers, continue to increase. I think it's like, how can we make sure it's this coordinated effort where let's continue to reforest way before the data center is planned.
Right.
And then, yes, we can use the AI that's being powered by the data center to continue that consensus so that we are able to reforest quickly and with communities.
It is a widespread collaborative effort, but the problems of the future are being solved today, and they can't be solved without folks like my good friend Manisha Priyadarshini. And I just really appreciate the work that you're doing. Please come back. EarthX needs folks like you. The world needs folks like you. Here at Earthx 2026, we're talking to so many wonderful change makers who are really out there doing the work in areas that you can't even possibly imagine so that we can create the world that we all can imagine. So won't you stay with us? We'll be back right here in the lovely Hilton Anatole Hotel. I'm Theo E.J. Wilson. Stay tuned. Thank you. Yay! And just like that, we all done.
Oh, yeah.
Well, of course.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay. I think you're at that camera.
Okay. Now? Hello, Johar Thaigwe. I'm Manisha Priyadarshini, Executive Director of Program Earth, and you're watching EarthX. What was that? Do you want me to say EarthX means X?
These people, you know, just.
Hi, I'm Manisha Priyadarshini, Executive Director of Program Earth, and I'm here because we are the collective imagination that's birthing a new world from the wisdom of the old one. Oh, yeah. Yep. Johar, Thaigwe, hello. I'm Manisha Priyadarshini, Executive Director of Program Earth, and I'm here at EarthX because we are collectively imagining and birthing a new world with the wisdom of the old one and the tenacity of the future one. That was